梁歌制作，《官场现形记》，作者李宝嘉。第01回，望成明学究训玩，蒋之义乡绅叙后进。话说陕西同州府朝邑县城南30里地方，原有一个村庄，这庄内住的只有赵。
Produced by Liang Gu, The Appearance of Officialdom, author, Li Baojia. Chapter 01, The Squire is a laggard who wants to become a famous scholar. It is said that there was a village 30 miles south of Chaoyi County, Tongzhou Prefecture, Shaanxi Province. The only people living in this village are Zhao and
方二姓，并无他族。这庄叫小不小，叫大不大，也有20-30户人家。祖上世代务农，到了姓赵的爷爷手里，居然请了先生教他儿子攻书。到他孙子，忽然得中一名洪门秀士。
The second surname Fong has no other clan. This village is called small or big, and it has 20 or 30 households. My ancestors have been farming for generations. When it came into the hands of a grandfather named Xiao, he actually hired his husband to teach his son how to write books. When it came to his grandson, he suddenly got a scholarship from the school.
乡里人眼前看见中了秀才，竟是非同小可，河庄的人都把他推戴起来，姓方的便渐渐的不敌了。姓方的瞧着眼热，有几家该钱的，也就不惜工本，公开一个学堂。
The people in the village were short-sighted, and when they saw that the scholar was selected, it was a big deal. The people in Hezhuang all praised him, and the man named Fong gradually lost his place. The man surnamed Fong was jealous, and there were a few people who deserved the money, so he opened a school at no cost.
又到城里请了一位举人老夫子下乡来教他们的子弟读书。这举人姓王，名人，因为上了年纪，也就决意进取，道德乡间，尽心教授。不上几年，居然造就出几个人才。
They also went to the city and invited an old master who was a scholar to go to the countryside to teach their children how to read. This person's surname was Wang Mingren. Because he was old, he was determined to make progress and went to the countryside to teach with all his heart. Within a few years, several talents were actually created.
有的也会对个对儿，有的也会周几句诗，内中有个天分高强的，竟把笔做了开讲，把这几个东家喜欢的了不得。到了9月重阳，大家商议着，明年还请这个先生。
Some are also able to make a couplets, and some are also able to recite a few lines of poetry. Among them, one of them is very talented and actually uses his pen as a lecture. I like these bosses very much. On the Double Ninth Festival in September, everyone discussed whether to invite this gentleman next year.
王人见管地蝉联，心中自是欢喜。这个会做开讲的学生，他父亲叫方必开。他家门前原有2棵合抱大树，分列左右，因此乡下人都叫他为大树头方家。
Wang Ren was delighted when he saw that the pavilion had been re-elected. The father of this student who can give lectures is Fang Bikai. In front of his house, there used to be 2 big trees hugging each other, one on the left and one on the left. Therefore, the country people called him Fang's family at the head of the big tree.
这方必开因见儿子有了怎么大的能耐，便说自明年为始，另外宋先生4贯铜钱，不在话下。且说是年正值大比之年，那姓赵的便送孙子去赶大考，考罢回家，天天望榜。
Seeing how capable his son was, Fang Bikai said that starting from next year, he would give his husband 4 copper coins in addition. Not a problem. It was said that this year was the year of the big competition, so the man named Zhao sent his grandson to attend the big examination. After taking the exam, I go home and look at the results every day.
自不必说。到了重阳过后，有一天早上，大家方在睡梦之中，忽听得一阵马铃声响，大家被他惊醒。开门看处，只见一群人簇拥着向西而去。仔细一打听，
Needless to say, after the Double Ninth Festival, one morning, while everyone was sleeping, they suddenly heard the ringing of a horse bell and were awakened by it. When I opened the door and looked around, I saw a group of people crowding towards the west. Ask carefully.
都说赵相公考中了举人了。此时方必开也随了大众在街上看热闹，得了这个信息，连忙一口气跑到赵家门前探望。只见有一群人，头上戴着红缨帽子。
It is said that Mr. Zhao passed the exam and passed the examination. At this time, Fang Bikai followed the crowd to watch the excitement on the street. After getting this information, he quickly ran to the door of Zhao's house to visit. I saw a group of people wearing red tassel hats.
正忙着在那里贴报条呢。方必开自从儿子读了书，西瓜大的字也跟着学会了好几担搁在肚里。这时候他一心一意都在这报条上，一头看，一头念道：喜报贵府老爷赵尹温。
I'm busy posting reports there. Since his son started studying, Fang Bikai also learned to put several loads in his belly. At this time, he was focused on the newspaper, reading one side and reading the other. Good news for your master Zhao Yinwen.
应本科陕西乡试高中第41名举人，报喜人卜连元。他看了又看，念了又念，正在那里咂嘴弄舌，不提防肩膀上有人拍了他一下，叫了一声亲家。方必开吓了一跳，定神一看。
Passed the Shaanxi provincial examination for undergraduate studies and ranked 41st in high school. The messenger of good news is Bu Lianyuan. He looked and looked and read again and again. While he was smacking his lips and talking, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder and called him in-laws. Fang Bikai was startled and took a closer look.
不是别人，就是那心中举人赵温的爷爷赵老头。原来这方避开，前头因为赵府上中了秀才，他已有心攀附，忙把自己第3个女孩子托人做媒许给赵温的兄弟。
It was none other than old man Zhao, the grandfather of Zhao Wen, the new candidate in the examination. It turned out that this was the way to go. Because the Zhao family was selected as a scholar, he was already interested in it. He hurriedly asked someone to act as a matchmaker and promised his third girl to Zhao Wen's brother.
所以这赵老头赶着他叫亲家。他定睛一看，见是太秦翁，也不及登堂入室，便在大门外头当街爬下，嘣咚嘣咚地磕了3个头。赵老头还礼不迭，赶忙扶他起来。
So old man Zhao rushed him to call his in-laws. He took a closer look and saw that it was his close relative. He didn't even have time to enter the hall, so he climbed down to the street outside the gate and kowtowed 3 times. Old man Zhao didn't return the courtesy and hurriedly helped him up.
方必开一面掸着自己衣服上的泥，一面说道：“你老今后可相信咱的话了？咱从前常说，城里乡绅老爷们的眼力是再不错的。10年前，城里石牌楼王乡绅下来上坟。”
Fang Bikai brushed off the mud on his clothes and said, "Do you believe what we say in the future? We used to say that the eyesight of the squires in the city is very good. 10 years ago, the stone in the city the squire, king of the archway, came down to visit the grave.
世界你这屋里打的尖。王老先生饭后无事，走到书房，可巧一班学生在那里对对儿里。王老先生一时高兴，便说我也出一个你们对对。刚刚那天下了2点雨。
I borrowed the tip from you in this room. Mr. Wang had nothing to do after dinner, so he walked to the study room, where he happened to meet a group of students. Mr. Wang was happy for a moment and said, "I'll make one for you too." It rained a little bit that day just now.
王老先生出的上联就是下雨2个字。我想着，你们这位少爷便冲口而出，说是什么出太阳。王老先生点了点头，说道：“下雨2个字，出太阳3个字，虽然差了点。”
The first couplet written by Mr. Wang is the word rain. I was thinking about it, and your young master blurted out what it meant by rising sun. Mr. Wang nodded and said, "The words rain and sun are 3 words, although they are a bit different."
总算口气还好，将来这孩子倒或者有点出息。你老想想看，这可不应了王老先生的话吗？赵老头儿道：“可不是呢。不是你提起，我倒忘记这会子事了。眼前已是9月。”
Finally, I have a good tone. This kid may have some potential in the future. Think about it, doesn't this comply with Mr. Wang's words? Old man Zhao said, "That's not the case. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it." It's September now.
大约月底月初，王老先生一定要下来上坟的。亲家那时候把你家的孩子一起叫了来，等王老先生考考他们，将来望你们令郎也同我这小孙子一样就好了。方必开听了这话。
Around the end of the month or the beginning of the month, Mr. Wang will definitely come down to visit the grave. At that time, the in-laws called all your children to wait for Mr. Wang to test them. I wish your son-in-law would be like my little grandson in the future. Fang Bikai heard this.
心中自是欢喜，又说了半天的话，方才告别回家。那时候已有午牌过后，家里人摆上饭来，叫他吃也不吃，却是自己一个人背着手在书房廊前踱来踱去。
My heart is filled with joy. After talking for a long time, we said goodbye and went home. At that time, it was already after lunch, and his family served food, but he refused to eat it. But he was alone, pacing back and forth in front of the corridor of the study, hands behind his back.
嘴里不住的自言自语，什么捷报贵府少老爷，什么报喜人补连园，家里人听了都不明白。还亏了这书房里的王先生，他是曾经发达过的人，晓得其中奥妙。听了听，就说
He kept talking to himself, saying, "Good news to the young master of your house, and Biulian Yuan, the man who brings good news," but the family members didn't understand it. Thanks to Mr. Wang in this study, he is a person who has developed before and knows the secret. After listening to it, he said,
这是报条上的话，他不住地念这个，却是何故？低头一想，明白了，一定是今天赵家孩子中了举，东家见了眼馋，又勾起那痰迷心窍老毛病来了，忙叫老三。
This is what the newspaper said. He couldn't help but read this, but why? He lowered his head and thought, I understand, it must be the Zhao family's child who got lucky today. The boss was greedy when he saw it, and the old problem of phlegm that confuses the mind and body came back again. He hurriedly called Lao San.
快把你爸爸搀到屋里来坐，别叫他在风地里吹。 这老三便是会做开讲的那孩子，听了这话，忙把父亲扶了进来。谁知他父亲跑进书房，就跪在地当中。
Quickly help your father sit in the house, don't let him blow in the wind. The third child was the one who could give the lecture. After hearing this, he hurriedly helped his father in. Unexpectedly, his father ran into the study and knelt on the floor.
朝着先生一连磕了24个响头。先生忙忙还礼不迭，连忙一手扶起了方必开，一面嘴里说：“东翁有话好讲，这从那里说起？”这时候方必开一句话也说不出来。
He kowtowed 24 times to Mr. the gentleman hurriedly returned the courtesy, and quickly supported Fang Bikai with one hand, saying, Dong Wang, I have something to say, where should I start? At this time, Fang Bikai could not say a word.
拿手指指自家的心，又拿手指指他儿子老三，又双手照着王仁拱了一拱。王仁的心上已明白了3、4分了，就拿手指着老三，问道：“东翁，你是为了他吗？”方必开点点头。王仁道
He pointed his finger at his own heart, then pointed at his son Lao San, and then arched his hands at Wang Ren. Wang Ren understood 3 or 4 things in his heart, so he pointed at the third child and asked, Dong Wang, are you doing it for him? Fang Bikai nodded. Wang Ren Dao.
这个容易。随手拉过一条板凳，让东家坐下，又去拉了老三的手，说道：“老三，你知道你爸爸今儿这个样子是为的谁呀？”老三回：“我不知道。”王仁道：“为的是你。”老三说：“为我什么？”
This is easy. He pulled a bench casually and asked his boss to sit down. Then he took Lao San's hand and said, Lao San, do you know who your father is like this for? The third child replied, I don't know. Wang Rendao, it's for you. The third child said, for me?
王仁道：“你没有听见说，不是你赵家大哥哥，他今儿中了举人吗？”老三道：“他中他的，与我什么相干？”王仁道：“不是这样讲，虽说人家中举，与你无干。”
Wang Rendao, didn't you hear that it wasn't your eldest brother of the Zhao family who won the imperial examination today? The third child asked, What does it have to do with me if he won the election? Wang Rendao, that's not the case. Although it has nothing to do with you if someone else is promoted.
到底你爸爸眼睛里总有点火辣辣的。老三道：“他辣他的，又与我什么相干？”王仁道：“这就是你错了。”老三道：“我错什么？”王仁道：“你父亲就是你一个儿子，既然叫你读了书。”
After all, your dad's eyes are always a little burning. The third child said, What does it have to do with me if he hurts him? Wang Rendao, that's why you are wrong. The third child said, What did I do wrong? Wang Rendao, your father is your son. Since he asked you to study.
自然望你巴结上进，将来也同你赵家大哥哥一样，挣个举人回来。老三道：“中了举人有什么好处呢？”王仁道：“中举之后，一路上去，中进士、拉翰林，好处多着哩。”老三道
Naturally, I hope you will work hard and make progress, and in the future, like your eldest brother of the Zhao family, you will be able to earn a fortune. The third child said, What are the benefits of being elected? Wang Rendao, after passing the examination, you can go all the way up to become a Jinsher and become a member of the Imperial Academy. There are many benefits. Lao San said.
到底有什么好处？ 王仁道：拉了翰林就有官做，做了官就有钱赚，还要坐堂打人，出起门来开锣喝道。啊呦呦，这些好处不念书不中举，哪里来呢？老三孩子虽小，听到
What are the benefits? Wang Rendao, if you become a member of the Imperial Academy, you will get an official position. When you become an official, you can make money, you have to sit in court and beat people. When you go out, you can play gongs and shout. Ah, where do these benefits come from if you don't study or pass the exam? Although the third child is young, he heard.
做了官就有钱赚一句话，口虽不言，心内也有几分活动了，闷了半天不作声。又停了一会子，忽然问道：师傅，你也是举人，为什么不去中进士做官呢？那时候
If you become an official, you will make money. Although he did not say anything, his heart was somewhat active. He remained silent for a long time. After another pause, he suddenly asked, Master, you are also a civil servant. Why don't you how about going to become a jinshi and become an official? At that time,
方必开听了先生教他儿子的一番话，心上一时欢喜，喉咙里的痰也就活动了许多。后来又听见先生说什么做了官就有钱赚，他就哇的一声，一大口的粘痰呕了出来。
After listening to what his master taught his son, Fang Bikai felt happy for a moment, and the phlegm in his throat became more active. Later, when he heard what his master said about becoming an official, he would make money, he let out a wow sound. Vomited out a large amount of sticky phlegm.
刚刚吐的一半，忽然又见他儿子回驳先生的几句话，驳得先生顿口无言。他的痰也就搁在嘴里头，不往外吐了，直勾勾两只眼睛瞅着先生，看他拿什么话回答学生。
He was just halfway through vomiting when he suddenly saw his son rebutting the husband's words. The retorting husband was speechless. He just kept the phlegm in his mouth and stopped spitting it out. He stared at it with his eyes straight. Sir, let's see what he says to answer the student.
只见那王人愣了好半天，脸上红一阵，白一阵，面色很不好看。忽然把眼睛一瞪，吹了吹胡子，一手提起戒尺，指着老三骂道：混账东西！我就一番好意，拿好话教导于你。
Wang Ren was stunned for a long time, his face turned red and white, and he looked very ugly. Suddenly he opened his eyes, blew his beard, raised the ruler with one hand, pointed at the third child and cursed, You bastard! I am out of kindness today and will teach you good words.
你倒教训起我来了。问问你爸爸，请了我来是叫我管你的呢，还是叫你管我的？学生都要管起师傅来，这还了得？这个管不能处了，一定要辞管，一定要辞管。
It's time for you to teach me a lesson. Ask your father, when you invited me here, did you ask me to take care of you, or did you ask you to take care of mine? Students should take charge of their masters, this is great. This hotel is out of control. You must resign, you must resign.
这方必开始从来没见先生发过这样大的气，今儿明晓得是他儿子的不是冲撞了他惹出来的祸，但是满肚子里的痰越发涌了上来，要吐吐不出，要说说不出，急得两手乱抓。
Fang Bikai had never seen his husband so angry before. Now he knew clearly that it was his son's fault that he collided with him and caused the trouble. But the phlegm in my stomach came up more and more, and I couldn't spit it out or speak out, so I grabbed it with both hands in a hurry.
嘴唇边吐出些白沫来。 老三还在那里叽里咕噜说，是个好心儿的，就去中进士做官给我看，不要在我们家里混闲饭吃。王仁听了这话，更是火上加油，拿着板子赶过来打。
Some foam came out of his lips. The third child was still there mumbling, "If you are a better one, go and become a Jinshi official and show it to me. Don't just hang around in our house." After hearing this, Wang Ren added fuel to the fire and rushed over with a board to fight.
老三又哭又跳，闹得越发大了。还是老三的叔叔听见不像样，赶了进来，拍了老三2下，又朝着先生做了几个揖，赔了许多话，把鸽子搀了出来才完的事。按下不表。
The third child was crying and jumping, and the noise became louder and louder. When the uncle of the third son heard that he was not good enough, he rushed in and patted the third son twice. He also bowed to the husband a few times, apologized a lot, and helped the brother out. Press does not indicate.
且说赵老头自从孙子中举，得意非凡，当下就有豹房里人3、5成群住在他家，趁日价大鱼大肉的供给，就是鸦片烟也是赵家的。赵老头就把一向来往的乡、殷、氏、族裔。
Let's talk about old man Zhao. He has been extremely proud since his grandson won the exam. At that moment, there were people from the newspaper room, living in groups of 3 or 5, living in his house, supplying the town with large amounts of fish and meat at daily prices, and even the opium cigarettes belonged to the Zhao family. Old man Zhao talked about the friendship between hometown, marriage, family, and clan that he had always interacted with.
开了横单，交给报房里人，叫他填写报条，一家家去送。又忙着看日子记宗祠，到城里雇的厨子，说要整猪整羊上供，还要炮手、乐工、礼生。又忙着拣日子请喜酒，一迎香、殷、氏、族裔。
I wrote a receipt and gave it to the person in the reporting room, and asked him to fill in the form and deliver it to each house. He was also busy looking at the time to hold sacrifices at the ancestral hall. The cook he hired in the city said that he would prepare pigs and sheep for the sacrifice, as well as gunners, musicians, and rights men. They are also busy choosing a day to invite them to have a wedding banquet to reflect their hometown, marriage, family, and clan friendship.
都要请到。还说如今孙子中了孝廉，从此以后又多几个同年人家走动了。又忙着叫木匠做好6根旗杆，自家门前2根，坟上2根，祠堂2根。又忙着做好1块匾。
Everyone is invited. He also said that now his grandson has 1 xiaolian, and from then on, there will be more people of the same age walking around. He was also busy asking carpenters to make 6 flagpoles, 2 in front of his house, 2 on his grave, and 2 in the ancestral hall. I was busy making a plaque again.
要想求为翰林老先生题孝廉第3个字，想来想去，城里头没有这位阔亲戚可以求得的，只有汾林王乡绅，春秋2季下乡扫墓，曾经见过几面。因此渊源就送去了一份厚礼。
I want to ask an old Hanlon gentleman to inscribe the 3 words Xiaoliandi. After much deliberation, there is no such rich relative in the city that I can ask for, only the squire who is the neighbor of the tomb. I go to the countryside to visit graves in spring and autumn, and I have met him several times. Therefore, Yuan sent a generous gift.
央告他写了3个字，连夜叫漆匠做好，挂在门前，好不荣耀。又忙着替孙子做了一套及时应令的棉袍褂，预备开贺的那一天好穿了陪客。赵老头祖孙3代究竟都是乡下人，
He wrote 3 words to implore him, and asked the painter to finish it overnight, and hung it in front of the door. It was so glorious. I was also busy making a set of cotton robes for my grandson, which were promptly ordered, so that he could wear them to accompany guests on the day of the celebration. After all, Old Man Zhao's ancestors and grandson are all countrymen for 3 generations.
见识有限，那里能够照顾这许多，全亏他亲家，把他西边王孝廉请了过来一同帮忙，才能这般有条不紊。当下又备了一副大红金帖，上写着“仅则10月初3日”。
With limited knowledge, he was able to take care of so many things there. It was all thanks to his in-laws who invited him, Wang Xiaolian, the king of Shibin, to come over and help him, so he could be so orderly. At that moment, another big red and gold post was prepared, which read, "I would like to choose the 3rd day of October."
因小孙秋为侥幸，敬至薄酒，恭候抬光。下写赵大礼率南百寿，季孙温再拜。外面红封套千条，居中写着王大人3个字，下面住着城里石碑楼进士第8个小字。大家知道
Because Xiao's son Qiuwei was lucky, he treated Bojiu and waited for Taiguang. Right below, Zhao Dali leads his son Baishou and son Wenzai to pay homage. The red envelope label on the outside has the 3 characters, Master Wang, written in the middle, and below it is written the 8 small characters, Jinshi ranking at the stone tablet tower in the city. As you all know,
请的就是那王乡绅了。另外，又烦王孝廉写了一封4、6信，无非是仰慕他、记挂他，借期务必求他赏光的一派话。赵老头又叫在后面加注一笔。
The person invited was Squire Wang. In addition, he wrote a letter to Wang Xiaolian on the 4th and 6th, saying nothing more than admiring him, thinking about him, and begging for his favor when the time comes. Old Man Zhao asked for another bet.
说赶初1先打发孩子赶驴上城，等初2就好骑了下来。这里打扫了2间庄房，好请他多住几天。帖子送去，王乡绅答应说来。赵老头儿不胜之喜，有事变长，无话变短。
He said that he would send his children to drive the donkey up to the city before the 1st grade of junior high school, so that he could ride down after the 2nd grade of junior high school. 2 cottages were cleaned here so that he could stay for a few more days. After sending the post, Mr. Wang agreed to come. Old Man Zhao was overjoyed. If you have something to say, it will be long. If you have nothing to say, it will be short.
看看日子，一天近似一天，赵家一门大小，日夜忙碌，早已弄得筋疲力尽，人仰马翻。到了初3黑早，赵老头从炕上爬起，唤醒了老伴，并一家人起来，打火烧水洗脸，换衣裳。
Looking at the days, one day is like a day. The Zhao family is as big as a family. They are busy day and night. They are already exhausted and exhausted. On the dark morning of the 3rd day of the lunar month, Old Man Zhao got up from the Kong, woke up his wife, and the whole family got up, started a fire, boiled water, washed their faces, and changed their clothes.
吃早饭，诸事停当，已有晨牌时分，赶着先到祠堂里上祭。当下都让这中举的赵温走在头里，屁股后头才是他爷爷、他爸爸、他叔子、他兄弟，跟了一大串，走进了祠堂门。
Have breakfast. Everything was done. It was time for the chinpai, so we rushed to the ancestral hall to offer sacrifices. At the moment, Zhao Wen, who had won the imperial examination, was leading the way, followed by his grandfather, father, uncle, and brothers entered the ancestral hall door.
有几个本家都迎了出来，只有一个老汉，嘴上挂着2撇胡子，手里拿着一根长旱烟袋，坐在那里不动。赵温一见，认得他是族长，赶忙走过来，叫了一声大公公。那老汉点点头。
Several members of the family came out to welcome him. There was only an old man with a beard hanging from his mouth and a long dry pipe in his hand, sitting there motionless. When Zhao Wen saw him, he recognized him as the clan leader and hurriedly came over and called, Grand Eunuch. The old man nodded.
拿眼把他上下估量了一回，单让他一个坐下，同他讲道：大相公，恭喜你，现在做了皇帝家人了。不知道我们祖先积了些什么阴功，今日都应在你一人身上。听见老一辈子的讲。
He looked him up and down with his eyes, then asked him to sit down alone and said to him, Master, congratulations, you are now a member of the emperor's family. I don't know what kind of power our ancestors have accumulated. Today we should all be here, you are alone. I heard what the older generation said.
要中一个举是很不容易呢。进去考的时候，祖宗3代都跟了进去，站在龙门老等，帮着你扛考篮。不然，那100多斤的东西怎么拿得动呢？还说是文昌老爷是阴间里的主考。
It is not easy to win an exam. When you go in to take the exam, 3 generations of your ancestors followed you in, waiting at the dragon gate to help you carry the exam basket. Otherwise, how could we carry something weighing more than 100 kilograms? He also said that Mr. Wenchang was the examiner in the underworld.
等到放榜的那一天，文昌老爷穿戴着纱帽圆领，坐在上面，底下围着多少判官在那里写榜。阴间里中的是谁，阳间里的榜上也就中谁，那是一点不会错的。到这时候，
On the day when the results were released, Mr. Wenchang, wearing a gauze hat and a round collar, sat on top, surrounded by many judges below, writing the results. Whoever is chosen in the underworld will be chosen on the list in the earthly world. That is absolutely correct. Until this time.
那些中举的祖宗3代，又要到阴间里看榜，又要到玉皇大帝跟前谢恩，总要3、4夜不能睡觉里。大相公，这些祖先熬到今天受你的供，真是不容易呢。
Those 3 generations of ancestors who passed the exam had to go to the underworld to see the results, and also went to the Jade Emperor to thank them, and they couldn't sleep for 3 or 4 nights. Sir, it is really not easy for these ancestors to survive to this day and accept your offerings.
爷儿2个正在屋里讲话，忽然外面一片人声吵闹。问是什么事情，只见赵温的爷爷满头是汗，正在那里跺着脚骂厨子，说：“他们到如今还不来，这些王八崽子不吃好草料的。”
The father and son were talking in the room, and suddenly there was a noise outside. When I asked what was going on, I saw Zhao Wen's grandfather, his head covered with sweat, stomping his feet and scolding the cook, saying, "They still haven't come yet. These bastards don't eat good food."
廷惠子告诉王乡绅，一定送他们到衙门里去，嘴里骂着，手里拿着一顶大帽子，借他当扇子扇，摇来摇去，气得眼睛都发了红了。正说着，只见厨子挑了碗盏家伙进来。
Tingguizi told Mr. Wang that he would send them to the yamen. He was cursing and holding a big hat in his hand. He used it as a fan and swung it back and forth. He was so angry that his eyes were red dot. Just as he was talking, he saw the cook picking out a bowl. "Come in,"
大家拿他抱怨。厨子回说：“我的爷，从早晨到如今，饿着肚皮走了30多里路，为的那一项，半个老钱没有瞧见，倒说先把咱往衙门里送。”城里的大官大府、翰林、尚书
Everyone complained about him. The cook replied, "My lord, from morning to now, I have walked more than 30 miles hungry. For what purpose? I didn't even see half of the old money, but said that I would be sent to the yamen first. In the city, the high officials in mansions, Hanlin and Shangshu.
咱伺候过多少，没瞧过他这球囊的暴发户在咱面上混充老爷。开口王乡绅，闭口王乡绅，像他这样的老爷，只怕替王乡绅捡鞋，还不要他理。一面骂
How many times have we served, and never have we seen him, a cunning nouveau riche, pretending to be a master in front of us? Squire Wang opens his mouth and Squire Wang keeps his mouth shut. For a gentleman like him, I'm afraid he will pick up Squire Wang's shoes and not let him go. While scolding,
一面把炒菜的勺子往地下一灌，说：“咱老子不做了，等他送罢。”这里大家见厨子动了气，不做菜，祠堂祭不成，大家摊台。又亏了赵温的叔叔走过来，左说好话，右说好话。
At the same time, he slammed the ladle for cooking on the ground and said, "I won't cook any more, wait until he delivers it." Here everyone saw that the cook was angry and refused to cook, so the ancestral temple ceremony could not be completed and everyone collapsed. Fortunately, Zhao Wen's uncle came over and said good things to the left and right.
好容易把厨子骗住了，一样一样的做现成了，端了去摆供。当下合族公推新孝廉主祭，族长陪祭，大众跟着磕头。虽有赞礼先生旁边吆喝着，无奈他们都是乡下人。
After finally deceiving the cook, he cooked the same thing ready-made and brought it out to serve as an offering. At that moment, the chief minister of the clan recommended Xian Xiaoyan as the chief priest, and the clan leader accompanied the sacrifice, and everyone kowtowed. Although Mr. Zonli was shouting beside him, they were all countrymen.
不懂得这样的规矩，也有先作揖后磕头的，也有磕起头来再做一个揖的。李生见他们参差不齐，也只好由着他们敷衍了事。一时祭罢祠堂，回到自己屋里。
If you don't understand this rule, there are some who bow first and then kowtow, and there are also those who kowtow first and then bow again. Li Sheng saw that they were uneven, so he had to let them muddle through. After offering sacrifices at the ancestral hall, he returned to his room.
便是一起一起的人来客往，算起来还是穿草鞋的多。送的份子倒也落续不断，顶多的100铜钱，其余20、30也有，再少却亦没有了。看看日头向西，人报王乡绅下来了。
Even if people come and go together, there are still more people wearing straw sandals. There was a steady stream of people sending gifts. The most was 100 copper coins, and the rest were 20 or 30. No matter how little they were gone. Look at the sun heading west. People report that Squire Wang is coming down.
赵老头祖孙3代早已等得心焦，吃喜酒的人都要等着王乡绅来到方才开席，大家饿了肚皮，亦正等得不耐烦。忽然听说来了，赛如天上掉下来的一般，大家迎了出来。
The 3 generations of old man Zhao and his grandson have been waiting anxiously for a long time. Those who were having wedding banquets had to wait for Mr. Wang to arrive before the banquet started. Everyone was hungry and impatient to wait. Suddenly I heard that Sai was coming. It was like falling from the sky, and everyone came out to welcome him.
原来这王乡绅坐的是轿车，还没有走到门前，赵温的爸爸抢上一步，把牲口拢住，带至门前。王乡绅下车，爷儿三个连忙打工作揖，如同捧凤凰似的捧了进来。
It turned out that Squire Wang was riding in a car. Before he could reach the door, Zhao Wen's father took a step forward, gathered the animal and brought it to the door. When Mr. Wang got out of the car, the three of them hurriedly bowed to each other and brought him in like a phoenix.
在上首第一位坐下，这里请的陪客只有王孝廉、宾东两个。王孝廉同王乡绅续起来还是本家，王孝廉比王乡绅小一辈，因此他二人以叔侄相称。
Sit down first at the top. The only guests invited here are Wang Xiaolian and Bindong. Wang Xiaolian and Wang Xiangshan were from the same family. Wang Xiaolian was a generation younger than Wang Xiangshan, so they were called uncles and nephews.
他东家方避开，因为赵老头说过，今日有心要叫王乡绅考考他儿子老三的才情，所以也戴了红帽子、白顶子，穿着天青外褂，装作斯斯文文的样子，陪在下面。
His boss Fang Bikai also wore a red hat, a white hat, and a sky blue coat because old man Zhao had said that today he wanted to ask Squire Wang to test the talent of his son, the third son. Stay with me below.
但是脚底下却没有着靴，只穿的一双绿凉的青布鞋罢了。王乡绅坐定，尚未开谈，先喊了一声来。只见一个戴红缨帽子的二爷答应了一声者，王乡绅就说
But there were no boots on the soles of his feet, only a pair of green cloth shoes with green beams. Squire Wang sat down and shouted, "Come," before he started talking. I saw a second master wearing a red tassel hat, and he said, 0. Squire Wang said,
我们带来的点小意思，交代了没有？二爷未及回话，赵老头手里早拿着一个小红封套，朝着王乡绅说：“又要你老破费了，这是断断不敢当的。”王乡绅那里肯依。
Have you explained the little fun we brought? Before the second master could reply, old man Zhao already had a small red envelope in his hand and said to Squire Wang, "I'm asking you to spend money again. This is something I definitely don't dare to do." Squire Wang is willing to comply.
赵老头无奈，只得收下，叫孙子过来叩谢王公公。当下吃过一开茶，就叫开席。王乡绅一席居中，两旁虽有几席都是穿草鞋、穿短打的一般人，还有些上不得台盘的。
Old man Zhao had no choice but to accept it and asked his grandson to come over and thank the prince. As soon as tea is served after eating, it is called a banquet. Squire Wang was seated in the middle. Although there were several seats on both sides, they were all people wearing straw sandals and short bats. There were also some people who could not get on the stage.
都在天井里等着吃。这里送酒安席，一应规矩，赵老头全然不懂，一概托了王孝廉替他代做主人。当下王乡绅居中面南，王孝廉面西，方避开面东。他祖孙两个坐在底下作陪。
They were all waiting to eat on the patio. Old man Zhao didn't understand the rules of serving wine and banquets here, so he entrusted Wang Xiaolian to act as the host on his behalf. At present, Wang Xiangshan lives in the middle and faces south, Wang Xiaolian faces west, Fang Bikai faces east, and his grandfather and grandson sit at the bottom to keep him company.
一时酒罢三巡，菜上五道。王乡绅叔侄两个讲到今年那省主考放的某人， 中出来的帷幕一定是清真雅正，出色当行。又讲到荆轲本线所中的几位新孝廉。
After drinking for a while, there were 3 rounds and 5 dishes were served. Wang Xiangshan, his uncle and nephew, talked about someone who was selected by the provincial chief examination this year. The Wei-mo, who came out, must be pure, elegant, and outstanding in his field. He also talked about several new filial piety and upright officials in Kaban County today.
一个个都是揣摩躬身，未曾出榜之前，早觉他们是一定要发达的，果然不出所料，足见文章有价，名下无虚。两人讲到得意之际，不知不觉地多饮了几杯。
All of them were trying to figure out their skills, and before they were listed on the list, they were determined to be prosperous. It was as expected. It shows that the articles are valuable and the names are worthy. When the 2 of them were talking happily, they unknowingly drank a few more drinks.
原来这王乡绅也是2榜进士出身，做过一任监察御史，后因年老告病回家，就在本县书院掌教。现在满桌的人，除王孝廉之外，便没有第2个可以谈得来的。赵温虽说心中举。
It turns out that Mr. Wang was also a double-ranked jinshi. He served as a supervisory censor. Later, he returned home due to old age and illness, and taught in the county academy. The table is now full of people, and apart from Wang Xiaoyan, there is no one else with whom they can talk. Although Zhao Wen said he won the new examination.
无奈他是少年新进，王乡绅还不将他放在眼里。至于他爷爷急方避开2个，到了此时都变成锯了嘴的葫芦，只有直壶斟酒，举箸让菜，并无可以插的嘴的地方。
Unfortunately, he is a young newcomer, and Squire Wang still doesn't take him seriously. As for his grandfather and Fang Bikai, by this time, they had both become gourds with sawed mouths. They could only hold a pot to pour wine and hold up chopsticks to give food, and there was no place for their mouths to insert their mouths.
所以也只好默默无言。王乡绅饮至半酣，文思泉涌，议论风生，不禁大声向王孝廉说道：“老侄，你估量着这知意一到，还有多少年的气运？”王孝廉一听这话，心中不解。
So I had no choice but to remain silent. When Wang Xiangshan drank to his heart's content, his thoughts and ideas started to flow, and he couldn't help but loudly said to Wang Xiaoyan, "Old nephew, how many years of luck do you think this making art has left?" When Wang Xiaoyan heard this, he felt in his heart puzzled.
一句也答不上来，筷子上夹了一个肉圆，也不往嘴里送，只是睁着2只眼睛望着王乡绅。王乡绅便把头点了2点，说道：“这是说起来话长，国朝朱大家是不用说了。”
He couldn't answer a word. He picked up a meatball on his chopsticks and didn't put it into his mouth. He just opened his eyes and looked at Squire Wang. Squire Wang nodded his head twice and said, "This is a long story. It goes without saying to everyone in the country."
单就我们陕西而论，一位陆润生先生，他造就的人才也就不少。前头入阁拜相的严老先生，同那座刑部大堂的他们那位贵族，那一个不是从小读着陆先生致意。
As far as our Shaanxi province is concerned, Mr. Lu Runxing has created many talents. Mr. Yan, who entered the cabinet to pay homage to the Prime Minister, and the nobleman who was in the lobby of the Ministry of Justice, had not studied Mr. Lu's craftsmanship since he was a child.
到后来才有这么大的经济。一面说，一手指着赵家祖孙，嘴里又说道：“就以区区而论， 记得那一年我才17岁，才学着开笔做文章，从的是史不通史老先生。
Only later did we have such a big economy. As he spoke, he pointed at the ancestors and grandsons of the Zhao family with one hand, and then said, "As far as I'm concerned, I remember that year. I was only 17 years old, and I just learned to write and write, and I learned from Mr. Shi but Ong Shi."
这位史先生虽说是个老贡生，下过13场没有中举，一部人在堂文稿，他却是滚瓜烂熟记在肚里。我还记得，我一开手，他叫我读的就是智意引泉，是引人入门的法子。
Although Mr. Shi was an old Gongxing student and had failed to pass the examination in 13 competitions, he had memorized the manuscripts of Ren Zitong by heart. I still remember that as soon as I started, what he asked me to read was Zi Yin Quan, which was a way to get people started.
一天只教我读半篇，因我记性不好，先生就把这篇文章裁了下来，用浆子糊在桌上，叫我低着头念，偏偏念死念不熟。为这上头，也不知挨了多少打，罚了多少跪。
I was only taught to read half a chapter a day. Because I have a bad memory, my husband cut out this article, pasted it on the table with paste, and asked me to lower my head and read it, but I just couldn't remember it well. I don't know how many beatings I received and how many times I was punished by kneeling because of this boss.
到如今才挣得这2榜进士，哎，虽然吃了多少苦，也还不算冤枉。王孝廉接口道，这才合了俗语说的一句话，叫做吃得苦中苦，方为人上人。别的不讲，单是方才这几句话。
It is only now that he has earned the title of Jinshi in these 2 rankings. Well, even though he suffered a lot, he was still not unjust. Wang Xiaolian said, "This is consistent with the saying, which is called only when you endure hardships can you become a master. Don't talk about anything else, just these few sentences."
不是你老人家一番阅历，也不能说得如此亲切有味。王乡绅一听此言，不禁眉飞色舞，拿手向王孝廉身上一拍，说道：“对了，老侄，你能够说出这句话来。”
Even if you don't have all your experience, you wouldn't be able to speak so kindly and meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Squire Wang couldn't help but beam with joy. He patted Wang Xiaolian with his hand and said, "That's right. Nephew, you can say this."
你的文章也着实有功夫了。现在我虽不求仕进，你也无意功名。你在乡下授徒，我在城中掌教，一样是替陆先生洪宣教育，替我圣朝培养人才。这里头消长盈虚，关系甚重。
Your article is really well written. Now, although I am not seeking official career, you have no intention of becoming famous either. You are teaching disciples in the countryside, and I am teaching in the city. They are also promoting education for Mr. Liu and cultivating talents for my holy dynasty. The relationship here is very important.
老侄你自己不要看轻，这个重担却在我叔侄2人身上，将来维持世运，历劫不磨。赵师兄他目前虽说是新中举，总是我们斯文一脉，将来昌明圣教，继往开来，舍我其谁？
Nephew, don't underestimate yourself. This heavy burden lies with my uncle and nephew to maintain our destiny in the future and endure all the hardships. Although Brother Zhao Shi is currently a new member of the imperial examination, he is still of our gentle lineage. In the future, the holy religion will be prosperous and the past and future will be prosperous. Who else could he do besides me?
当仁不让，小子免乎哉，小子免乎哉。说到这里，不觉闭着眼睛，颠头拨脑起来。 赵温听了此言，不禁肃然起敬。他爷爷同方避开，启先上懂得一二，知道他们讲的无非文章。
Do your part. Boy, I'm reluctant. Boy, I'm reluctant. Speaking of this, he closed his eyes unconsciously and started thinking. Zhao Wen couldn't help but be in awe after hearing this. His grandfather was a practitioner of Tongfang Bikai. He knew a few things about it at first and knew that what they were talking about was nothing more than articles.
后来王乡绅满嘴吊文，又做出许多吃相，笑又不敢笑，说又没得说。正在疑惑之际，不提防外头一片声嚷，吵闹起来。仔细一问，原来是王乡绅的二爷。
Later, Mr. Wang's mouth was full of nonsense, and he made many idiotic images. He smiled but did not dare to laugh, and had nothing to say. When I was wondering, I didn't pay attention to the noise and noise outside. After asking carefully, it turned out to be Mr. Wang's second uncle.
因为他主人送了2分银子的贺礼，赵温的爸爸开销他3个铜钱的角钱，他在那里嫌少，争着要添。赵温的爸爸说：“你主人只送了2分银子，换起来不到30个钱。”
Because his master gave him a gift of 2 cents of silver, Zhao Wen's father spent 3 copper coins on him, which he found too little, so he scrambled for more. Zhao Wen's father said, "Your master only gave you 2 cents of silver, but the exchange value is less than $30.
现在我给你3个铜钱，已经是格外的了。二爷说，脚钱不添，大远的奔来了，饭总要吃一碗。赵温的爸爸不给他吃，他一定吵着要吃，自己又跑到厨房抢面吃，厨子不答应。
Now I give you 3 copper coins, which is already extra. The second master said, "If you don't add extra money, you will come from a long way, and you will always have to eat a bowl of rice." Zhao Wen's father wouldn't give him food, so he would be clamoring for it. He would go to the kitchen to grab some noodles, but the cook wouldn't agree.
因此争吵起来，一直闹到堂屋里。王乡绅站起来骂：“王八蛋！没有王法的东西！”当下还亏了王孝廉出来，做好做歹，自己掏腰摸出2个铜钱给他买烧饼吃，方才无话。坐定之后
So the quarrel broke out and went all the way to the main room. Squire Wang stood up and scolded, "You bastard! There is no such thing as Wang's law." At that moment, Wang Xiaolian came out to do evil things. He took out 2 copper coins from his own pocket to buy sesame cakes for him, and he was speechless. After sitting down,
王乡绅还在那里生气，嘴里说：“回去一定拿片子送到衙门里，打这王八羔子几百板子，戒他2次才好。”究竟赵老头是个心慈面软的人，听了这话，连忙替他求情，说
Wang Xiangshan was still angry and said, "I will definitely take the film and send it to the Yamen when I get back. I will give this bastard hundreds of blows and give him a second lesson. After all, old man Zhao is a kind-hearted person." After hearing this, he quickly interceded for him and said,
受了官刑的人，就是死了做了鬼，是一辈子不会超生的，这不毁了他吗？你老那里不因公积德，回来教训他几句，戒他下回罢了。王乡绅听了不作声。
"A person who has received official punishment will die and become a ghost. He will never be reincarnated. Doesn't this destroy him? If you don't accumulate good deeds, just come back and teach him a few words to warn him next time." Squire Wang remained silent after hearing this.
方必开忽然想起赵老头的话， 要叫王乡绅考考他儿子的才情，就起身离座去找老三。叫唤了半天，前前后后那里有老三的影子。后来找到厨房里。
Fang Bikai suddenly remembered what old man Zhao said, asking Mr. Wang to test his son's talent, so he got up and left his seat to find his third son. After calling for a long time, back and forth, there was the shadow of the third child. Later I found it in the kitchen.
才见老三伸着油晃晃的两只手，在那里啃骨头。一见他老子来到，就拿油手往簇新的衣服上乱擦乱抹。他老子又恨儿子不长进，又是可惜衣服，急得眼睛里冒火。当下忍着气。
Only then did I see the third child stretching out his oily hands and gnawing on the bones. As soon as he saw his father coming, he used his oily hand to rub it on his brand new clothes. His father hated his son for his lack of progress and his lack of clothes, and his eyes were burning with anxiety, holding back his anger for the moment.
不说别的，先拿过一条毡布替儿子擦手，说要同他前面去见王乡绅。老三是个上不得台盘的人，任凭他老子说的如何天花乱坠，他总是不肯去。他老子一时恨不过。
Without saying anything else, he first took a piece of cloth and wiped his son's hands, saying that he would go with him to see Squire Wang. The third child is a person who cannot get on the stage. No matter how glamorous his father says, he always refuses to go. I couldn't help but hate him for a moment.
狠狠地打了他一下耳刮子，他哇的一声哭了。大家忙过来劝住，他老子见势如此，也只好罢手。这里王乡绅又吃过几样菜，起身告辞。赵老头又托王孝廉替他说。
He slapped his ear hard and made him cry. Everyone came over to persuade him to stop. Seeing this, I had no choice but to give up. Here, Squire Wang ate a few more dishes and stood up to leave. Old man Zhao asked Wang Xiaolian to say for him.
孙子年纪小，不曾出过门，王府上可有使唤不着的管家，请赏荐一位，好跟着孙子明年上京会试。王乡绅也应允了。方才大家送出大门，上车而去。欲知后事如何，且听下回分解。
My grandson is young and has never been out of the house. Is there a housekeeper in the palace that I can't use? Please recommend one so that I can follow my grandson to the Beijing examination next year. Squire Wang also agreed. Just now everyone sent them out of the gate, got in the car and left. If you want to know what happened next, let's listen to the explanation next time.
第02回，前典使同行说官去，赵孝廉下地受奴妻。话说赵家中举开贺，一连忙了几天，便有本学老师叫门斗传话下来，叫赵温即日赴省填写清供。当下也儿三代。
Chapter 02, Qian Dianchu's colleagues talked about official interests, and Zhao Xiaolian was bullied by slaves in his lower ranks. It was said that the Zhao family held a congratulations. After a few days of busy work, a teacher from our school called Mendu to send a message, asking Zhao Wen to go to the province that day to fill in the personal confession. There are now 3 generations of fathers and sons.
买了酒肉，请门斗饱餐一顿，又给了几百铜钱。门斗去后，赵温便踌躇这清供如何填法，幸亏请教了老前辈王孝廉，一五一十的都交给他。赵温不胜之喜。
I bought wine and meat, treated the doorman to a feast, and gave him a few hundred copper coins. After the door fight went away, Zhao Wen hesitated about how to fill in the personal confession. Fortunately, he asked the senior Wang Xiaolian for advice, and he taught him everything. Zhao Wen was overjoyed.
他爷爷又向亲家方避开商量，要请王孝廉同到省城去走一遭，随时可以请教。方避开一来迫于太亲翁之命，二来是他女儿大摆子中举的大事，还有什么不愿意的？
His grandfather also discussed with his in-laws Fang Bikai and asked Wang Xiaolian to go to the provincial capital with him so that he could ask for advice at any time. Firstly, Fang Bikai was forced to do so by his great relative, and secondly, it was a major event that his daughter's eldest brother-in-law won, so what else could he not want to do?
随即满口应允。赵老头儿自是感激不尽。取过历本一看，10月15是个常行百事皆宜的黄道吉日，遂定在这天起身。因为自己牲口不够，又问方亲家借了2匹驴。几天头例。
Immediately he agreed. Old man Zhao was very grateful. I took a look at the calendar and saw that October 15th was an auspicious day for everything, so I decided to get up on this day. Because he didn't have enough livestock, he asked Fang's family to borrow 2 donkeys. In a few days,
便是几门亲戚前来送礼饯行，赵温一概领受。闲话少叙，转眼之间已到14。他爷爷、他爸爸忙了一天，到的晚上，这一夜更不曾睡觉，替他弄这样弄那样，忙了个六神不安。
Several relatives came to send gifts for farewell, and Zhao Wen accepted them all. Stop gossiping. In the blink of an eye, it was 14. His grandfather, his father, had been busy all day. At night, he didn't even sleep that night. He was so busy doing this and that for him that he was restless.
15大早，赵温起来，洗过脸，吃饱了肚皮。外面的牲口早已伺候好了。少停一刻，方必开同了王孝廉也夺过来。赵温便向他爷爷、爸爸磕头辞行。
Early in the morning on the 15th, Zhao Wen got up, washed his face, and had a full stomach. The animals outside have already been taken care of. After a short pause, Fang Bikai and Wang Xiaolian also walked over. Zhao Wen kowtowed to his grandfather and father to say goodbye.
赵老头又朝着王孝廉做了一个揖，托他照料孙子。王孝廉赶忙还礼不迭。等到行完了礼，一同送出大门，骑上牲口，顺着大路便向城中进发。原来几天头列。
Old man Zhao bowed to Wang Xiaolian again and asked him to take care of his grandson. Wang Xiaolian hurriedly returned the courtesy. After the ceremony was completed, they were sent out of the gate together, mounted on the animals, and headed for the city along the main road. It turns out that it was just a few days ago.
王乡绅有信下来，说赵师兄如若上省填清供，可便到来城，再设下盘桓几日。所以赵温同了王孝廉走了半天，一直进城，投奔石牌楼而来。王孝廉是熟门熟路。
Squire Wang received a letter saying that if Brother Zhao Shi went to the province to fill in his personal confession, he could come to the city and stay at his house for a few days. So Zhao Wen and Wang Xiaolian walked for a long time until they entered the city and went to the stone archway. Wang Xiaolian is a familiar person.
管门的一向认得，历时请进，并不阻挡。 赵温却是头一遭，幸亏他素来细心，下驴之后便留心观看。只见门前粉白罩墙一座，当中写着“红喜”2个大字，东西2根旗杆，大门左右。
The doorkeeper has always recognized him and invited him in immediately without any obstruction, but this was the first time for Zhao Wen. Fortunately, he was always careful and watched carefully after getting off the donkey. I saw a pink and white wall in front of the door, with the two characters, Hongxi, written in it, two flagpoles on the east and west, on the left and right of the door.
水墨八字砖墙，两扇黑漆大门，铜环擦得雪亮。门外挂着一块劝募秦晋镇捐分局的招牌，两面两扇虎头牌，写着局务重地鄙人免进8个大字，还有2根半红半黑的棍子。
The H-shaped brick wall is polished with water. The two black painted doors have polished copper rings. Hanging outside the door is a signboard encouraging Qin and Jin relief branch. On both sides are two tiger-headed signs with the 8 characters, important place of the bureau, and close to no one, and there are 2 half-red and half-black sticks.
挂在牌上，大门之内便是6扇蓝漆平门，上面悬着一块红底子金字的匾，写着进士第3个字，两边贴着多少新科举人的报条，也有认得的，也有不认得的，算来却都是同年。
Hang on the sign. Inside the gate are 6 blue painted screen doors, with a plaque with gold characters on a red background and the words Jinsher written on it. There are several reports of new imperial examination candidates on both sides, some of which are recognized, and some of which are not. They recognized each other, but they were all of the same age.
两边墙上还挂着几顶红黑帽子，2条皮鞭子。门上的人因为他是王孝廉同来的人，也就让他进去。转过平门便是穿堂，上面也有3间大厅，却无桌椅台凳，两面靠墙。
On the walls on both sides, there are several red and black hats and 2 leather whips hanging. The person at the door let him in because he was the one who came with Wang Xiaolian. Turning around the screen door, you will find the entrance hall. There are 3 halls above, but there are no tables, chairs, or stools. Against the wall on both sides.
横七竖八摆着几副闲牌，什么丙子科举人、庚辰科进士、次进士出身，钦点主政江西道监察御史。赵温心里明白，这些都是王乡绅自家的官衔。
There are several title cards placed horizontally and vertically. Bingzi Imperial Examination Candidate, Zhencheng Jinsher, given Jinsher origin, handpicked to rule, Jiangxi Road Supervisory Censor. Zhao Wen knew in his heart that these were Mr. Wang's own official titles.
另外还摆着2顶半新不旧的轿子。又转过一重平门，方是一个大院子，上面5间大厅。其实已是10月，正中挂着大红洋布的板门帘。前回跟着王乡绅下乡。
There are also 2 sedan chairs that are not old but are new. After turning another screen door, there is a large courtyard with 5 halls above. It was already October, and a large red foreign cloth curtain hung in the middle. Last time I went to the countryside with Mr. Wang.
王孝廉给他2个铜钱买烧饼吃的那个二爷，正在廊檐底下提着一把泥壶走来，一见他来，连忙站住。亏他不忘前情，迎上来朝着王孝廉打了一个签，问他几时来的。
The second master who Wang Xiaolian gave him 2 copper coins to buy sesame cakes to eat was coming under the eaves of the corridor, carrying a drowning pot. When he saw him coming, he stopped quickly. Fortunately, he didn't forget his past relationship, so he came up to Wang Xiaolian, gave him $1,000, and asked him when he came.
王孝廉回说才到。那二爷瞧瞧赵温，也像认得，却是不理他，一面说话，一面让屋里坐。赵温也跟了进去。原来居中是3间筒厅，两头2个房间，上头也悬着一块匾，是崇齿堂。
Wang Xiaolian replied, "We just arrived." The second master looked at Zhao Wen and seemed to recognize him, but he ignored him and asked him to sit in the room while talking. Zhao Wen also followed in. It turns out that there are 3 unified halls in the middle and 2 rooms at both ends. There is also a plaque hanging on it, which is Chongsha Hall.
3个字，下面落的是汪明鸾的款。赵温念过墨卷，晓得这汪明鸾就是那座能自强摘文稿的柳门先生，他本是一代文宗，不觉肃然起敬。当中悬着一副玉笔，写的龙虎2字。
3 words, below it is Wang Mingluan's signature. Zhao Wen had read the ink scroll and knew that Wang Mingluan was Mr. Lu Men who wrote the Ning Zichang Zhai manuscript. He was a literary sect of the generation, so he felt awe. Hanging in the middle is an imperial pen with the words dragon and tiger written on it.
却是石刻朱拓的，两边一副对联，是严丹初严老先生的款。天然机上一个鼓顶，一个瓶，一面镜子，居中一张方桌，两旁8张椅子，4个茶几，上面梁上。
But it is carved on stone by Zhu Tua. There are a pair of couplets on both sides, which were made by Mr. Yan at the beginning of Yan Danchu. There is an ancient tripod, a vase, and a mirror on the natural table. There is a square table in the middle, 8 chairs on both sides, and 4 coffee tables. On the beam above.
还有几个像神像龛子的东西，红漆描金，甚是好看。赵温不认的是什么东西，悄悄请教老前辈。王孝廉对他说：“这是承诰命轴子的。”赵温还不懂得什么叫诰命，正想追问。
There are also several things that look like god statues and niches, painted in red and gold, which are very beautiful. Zhao Wen didn't recognize what it was and quietly asked the old man for advice. Wang Xiaolian said to him, "This is the imperial edict." Zhao Wen still didn't understand what Gao Ming meant, and was about to ask.
里头王乡绅拖着一双鞋，手里拿着一根旱烟袋，已经出来了。王孝廉连忙上前请了一个安，王乡绅把他一扶。跟手赵温已经爬在地下了，王乡绅忙过来喝下腰去扶他。
Inside, Squire Wang had come out, dragging a pair of shoes and holding a cigarette pouch in his hand. Wang Xiaolian hurriedly came forward to say hello, and Wang Xiangshan helped him up. His follower, Zhao Wen, was already crawling on the ground. Wang Xiangshan hurriedly came over and bent down to help him.
嘴里虽说还礼，2条腿却没有动。等到赵温起来，他才还了一个急。分宾坐下，赵温坐的是东面一排第2张椅子，王孝廉坐的是西面第2张椅子。
Although he said he was returning the favor, his legs did not move. When Zhao Wen got up, he returned the favor. The guests sat down. Zhao Wen sat on the second chair in the row on the east side, and Wang Xiaolian sat on the second chair on the west side.
王乡绅就在西面第3张上做了相陪。王乡绅先开口问赵温的爷爷：“爸爸的好。”谁知他到了此时，不但他爷爷临走嘱咐他到城之后，见了王乡绅替他问好的话，一句说不上来。
Squire Wang sat on the 3rd table to the west to accompany him. Wang Xiangshan first asked how Zhao Wen's grandfather and father were doing. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at this time, not only did his grandfather ask him to go to the city before leaving, but when he saw Squire Wang, he said hello to him and could not say a word.
连听了王乡绅的话，也不知如何回答，面孔涨得通红，嘴里滋滋了半天，才回了个好字。王乡绅见他如此，也就不同他再说别的了， 只和王孝廉攀谈几句。言谈之间
Even after hearing what Squire Wang said, he didn't know how to answer. His face turned red, and he squeaked for a long time before replying with the word okay. Seeing him like this, Mr. Wang didn't say anything else to him, and only had a few words with Wang Xiaoyan. Between conversations.
王乡绅提起有个社亲，姓钱，号叫伯方，是那人第二胞兄，在江南做过一任典史。那年新府台到任，不上3个月，不知怎样就把他挂误了，却不料他官虽然只做的一任。
Squire Wang mentioned, there was a relative named Xian, whose surname was Bofang. He was my wife's second brother, and he served as a magistrate in Jiangnan. That year, Xian Futai came to take office, and within 3 months, I didn't know how to get rid of him. It was a mistake. Unexpectedly, although he only served 1 term.
任上的钱倒着实弄得几文回来。你们一进城，看见那一片新房子，就是他的住宅。做官不论大小，总要像他这样，这官才不算白做。现在他已经托了人，替他谋干了一个开富。
I actually got a few cents back from the money I spent in office. As soon as you enter the city, the new houses you see are his residences. Regardless of whether you are an official, big or small, you must be like him, then your official position will not be in vain. Now he has entrusted someone to plan a recovery for him.
一过年，也想到京里走走，看有神妖路子，弄风把8行，还是出来做他的典史。王孝廉道：既然有路子，为什么不过班座知县？到底是正印。王乡绅道：何尝不是如此。
As soon as the new year comes, I also want to go to Beijing to see if there is any way to seal the 8 elements and come out to make his history. Wang Xiaoyan said, since there is a way, why not work as a county magistrate? After all, it is Zhengyin. Wang Xiangshan said, isn't that the case?
我也劝过他几次，无奈我们这位内兄，他却另有一个见解。他说，州县虽是亲民之官，究竟体制要尊贵些，有些事情自己插不得身，下不得手，自己不便。
I also persuaded him several times. Unfortunately, our brother-in-law has another idea. He said, although the states and counties are officials close to the people, after all, the system is more noble. There are some things that I cannot get involved in or do. It is inconvenient for me.
不免就要仰仗师爷同着二爷，多一个经手，就多一个叩头，一层一层的剥削了去，到的本官就有限了。所以反不及他做点使的，倒可以事事躬亲，实事求是。老侄，你想他这话。
It is inevitable to rely on the master and the second master. One more handler, one more discount, and if you exploit them layer by layer, you will be limited in what you can get. Therefore, instead of being a classics historian like him, he can do everything personally and seek truth from facts. Nephew, what do you think of him?
是一点不错的呢。这人做官倒着实有点才干，的的确确是位理财好手。王孝廉道：俗话说得好，千里为官只为财。王乡绅道：正是这话。现在我想，明年赵氏兄上京会试。
It's quite good. This man is quite talented as an official, and he is indeed a good financial manager. Wang Xiaoyan said, as the saying goes, being an official for thousands of miles is only for wealth. That's exactly what he said, said Squire Wang. Now I think Brother Zhao will go to Beijing next year for an audition.
倒可叫他跟着我们内兄一路前去，诸事托他招呼招呼，他却是很在行的。王孝廉道：这是最好的了，还有什么说得？当下王孝廉见王乡绅眼睛不睬诏问。
We can ask him to follow our brother-in-law all the way and ask him to greet us in all matters, but he is very good at it. Wang Xiaolian said, This is the best, what else can I say? At that moment, Wang Xiaolian saw that Wang Xiangshan ignored Zhao Wen.
瞧他坐在那里没的意思，就把这话告诉他一遍。赵温除了说好之外，亦没有别的话可以回答。王孝廉又替他问：钱老伯府上应该过去请安。王乡绅道：今天他下乡收租去了。
Seeing that he was sitting there feeling unhappy, I told him this again. Zhao Wen had no other words to answer besides saying, okay. Wang Xiaolian asked again on his behalf, Old Uncle Qian's house, should I go over to pay my respects? Squire Wang said, today he went to the countryside to collect rent.
我替你们说好，明年再见吧。当下留他两人晚饭，就在大厅洗手一间住了一夜。次日一早起身，往省城而去。于是小行夜宿，在路非止一日，已经到了省城，找着下处安顿行李。
I say good to you, see you next year. I left the two of them to have dinner. They stayed in a room at the west end of the hall for one night. They got up early the next morning and headed for the provincial capital. So Xiaoxing stayed overnight and stayed in Lufei for only one day. They had already arrived at the provincial capital and found get down and pack your luggage.
且说赵温虽然中举，仕路上一切应酬，久违安练。前年小考以及今年考取遗采，学台大人虽说见过两面，一直是一个坐着点名，一个提篮接卷，却是没有交谈过。
Let's say that although Zhao Wen won the imperial examination, he was not proficient in socializing in the world. Although we met Mr. Shuatai twice during the quiz the year before last and the exam this year, one of them sat taking roll calls and the other took the papers with a basket, but they never had a conversation with each other.
这番中了举人前来叩见，少不得总要攀谈两句。他平时见了稍些阔点的人，已经坐立不安，语无伦次，何况学台大人钦差体制何等威严，未曾见面已经吓昏的了。
This time, if someone is successful and comes to visit him, he will inevitably have to chat with him for a few words. When he usually meets richer people, he becomes restless and talks incoherently. What's more, Mr. Shuetai, the imperial envoy system is so majestic, but he has already fainted from fear before meeting him.
亏得王孝廉遇事招呼，随时指教，凡他所想不到的，都替他想到。头一天晚上，教他怎样磕头，怎样回话，赛如春秋二季，明伦堂上演礼一般，好容易把他教会。
Fortunately, Wang Xiaolian was there to greet him and give him advice at any time. Everything he could not think of was thought of for him. The first night, I taught him how to kowtow and how to reply. It was like performing a ceremony in the Ming Luan Hall in the spring and autumn. It was difficult to teach him.
又亏得赵温智地聪明，自己又操演了一夜，顶到天明，居然把一应礼节牢记在心。少停，王孝廉睡醒，赵温忙急催他起来洗脸，自己换了袍套，手里捏着手本。
Thanks to Zhao Wen's cleverness, he practiced all night long until dawn, and actually kept all the etiquette in mind. After a short pause, Wang Xiaolian woke up, and Zhao Wen quickly urged him to get up and wash his face. He changed his robe and held the notebook in his hand.
王孝廉又叫他封了4吊钱的钱票，送给学台大人做致荐，另外带了些钱做1应使费。到了辕门，找到巡捕老爷，赵温朝他做了一个揖，拿手本交给他，求他到大人跟前带回。
Wang Xiaolian also asked him to seal 4 ounces of money and give it to Mr. Shuetai as Zhi Jian. He also brought some money to pay for the expenses. When he arrived at the camp gate, he found the patrolman. Zhao Wen bowed to him, handed him the notebook, and begged him to return it to the Lord.
另外又送了这巡捕1吊钱的门包。巡捕嫌少，讲来讲去又加了200钱，方才去回。等了一会子，巡捕出来说，大人今天不见客，问他亲贡填了没有。赵温听说大人不见。
In addition, he also gave the patrolman a door bag worth a fortune. There were too few patrolmen, so after much talk, I added another $200 and went back. After waiting for a while, the patrolman came out and said, "Your Excellency, we are not seeing any guests today." He asked him if he had filled in his personal confession. Zhao Wen heard that the master was missing.
如同一块石头落地，把心放下，赶忙到程差屋里，将亲贡恭恭敬敬地填好，交代明白。1应使费，俱是王孝廉隔夜替他打点停当。赵温到此不过画上几个洗钱，没有别的噜苏。
Like a stone falling to the ground, let go of your heart. He hurried to Ching Chai's house and filled out the personal confession respectfully and explained clearly. Wang Xiaolian took care of all the expenses for him overnight. Zhao Wen only spent a few lucky money here, and there was no other trivial matter.
当下是必回狱，整顿行装，两人一直回乡。王孝廉又交给他写电视册白折子，预备来年会试不提。正是光阴似箭，日月如梭，转眼间已过新年。
After finishing their work, they returned to their apartment, packed their bags, and headed back to their hometown. Wang Xiaolian also taught him how to write by Zhizi for the imperial examination, so that he could prepare for the exam next year. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and the moon fly by, and the new year has passed in the blink of an eye.
赵温一家门便忙着料理上京会试的事情。1日饭后，人报王乡深处有人下书。赵温拆开看时，前半篇无非新年吉祥话头，又说舍亲处，已经说定结伴同行，两得裨益。就仆贺根。
Zhao Wen's family was busy preparing for the imperial examination in Beijing. One day after dinner, someone reported to Wang's squire that someone had written a letter. When Zhao Wen opened it and read it, he found that the first half was nothing more than auspicious words for the new year. He also said, "We have already agreed to go together with each other, and we will benefit from both. My old servant He Zhen."
相随多年，人甚可靠，与北道情形一颇熟悉，望及录用云云。赵温知道，便是托王香坤所见的那位管家了。只见贺根头上戴一顶红帽子，身穿一件蓝羽缎棉袍，外加青缎马褂。
I have been with him for many years and he is very reliable. He is also familiar with the situation in Beidao. I hope he will be hired immediately. Zhao Wen knew that it was the housekeeper recommended by Wang Xiangkuan. He Zhen was wearing a red hat on his head, wearing a blue satin cotton robe and a blue satin mandarin jacket.
脚下还蹬着一双粉底乌靴。见了赵温，请了一个安，嘴里说了声谢少爷赏饭吃，又说家主人请少爷的安。赵温因他如此打扮，乡下从未见过，不觉心中呆了半天。
She also wore a pair of black boots with black foundation under her feet. When he met Zhao Wen, he asked for greetings and said, "Thank you, Master, for the meal." He also said, "Master, please greet me, Master." Zhao Wen was stunned for a long time because he had never seen him dressed like this in the countryside.
不知拿什么话回答他方好。幸亏贺根智巧，看见少爷说不出话，便求少爷带着到上头见老太爷请安。赵温只得同他进去，先见他爷爷。见过之后，他爷爷说
I don't know what to say to answer him. Fortunately, he Jen knew what he was doing. Seeing that the young master was speechless, he asked the young master to take him upstairs to see the old lady and say hello. Zhao Wen had no choice but to go in with him and see his grandfather first. After seeing him, his grandfather said,
这个人是你王公公荐来的，僧来看佛面，不可轻慢于他，就留他在书房里住。等到吃饭的时候，他爷爷一定又要从锅里另外盛出一碗饭，2样菜给贺根吃，一应大小事务。
This person is recommended by your prince. Monks come to see the face of the Buddha. Don't be disrespectful to him. Just let him live in the study. When it's time to eat, his grandfather will definitely take out another bowl of rice and 2 dishes from the pot for He-Jen to eat. All the big and small things.
都不要他动手。后来还是王孝廉过来看见，就说：现在这贺二爷既然是府上的管家，不必同他客气，事情都要叫他经手。等他弄熟之后，好跟师兄起身。赵家听得如此。
No need for him to do anything. Later, Wang Xiaoyan came over and saw it, and said, "Now that Mr. He is the housekeeper of the house, there is no need to be polite to him. Everything must be handled by him. After he is familiar with it, he can start with the elder brother." The Zhao family heard this. Gotta be like this.
才渐渐地差他做事。到了18这一天，便是择定长刑的吉日。一切送行辞行的繁文不用细数。这日仍请王孝廉伴送到城。此番因与前典史同行，所以一直径奔他家。
Then he was gradually sent to do things. On the 18th day, it is an auspicious day to choose a long trip. There is no need to elaborate on all the formalities of farewell. On this day, Wang Xiaoyan was still invited to accompany him to the city. This time, because I was traveling with Qian Dianshi, I ran straight to his house.
安顿了行李，同到王府请安。见面之后，留吃夜饭，台面上只有他郎舅、叔侄3个人说的话，赵温依然插不下嘴。饭罢，临行之时，王乡绅朝他拱手，说了声耳听好音。
After settling our luggage, we went to the palace to say hello. After meeting, they stayed for dinner. Zhao Wen still couldn't get in the conversation even though his uncle, and nephew were the only 3 people talking. After dinner, before leaving, Squire Wang bowed his hands to him and said, "Hear the good news."
又朝他大舅子做了个揖，说：恕我明天不来送行，到京住在那里，早早给我知道。又同王孝廉说了声我们再会罢，方才进去。3人一同回到钱家住了一夜。次日，钱、赵2人。
Then he bowed to his brother-in-law and said, "Forgive me for not coming to see you off tomorrow. Let me know as soon as possible where you will live in Beijing." He also said to Wang Xiaoyan, "Let's see you again," before going in. The 3 of them returned to Qian's house together and stayed overnight. The next day, Qian and Zhao
一同起身。王孝廉只等送过2人之后， 方才下乡。话分两头，单说前典史一向是省俭惯的，晓得贺根是他妹丈所见，他便不带管家，一路呼唤贺根做事。过了2天
Get up together. Wang Xiaoyan waited until he saw them off before going to the countryside. The words are divided into 2 parts. Qian Jianshi had always been thrifty and frugal. Knowing that Ha Zhen was recommended by his sister-in-law, he called Ha Zhen to work together without a housekeeper. 2 days passed.
不免忘其所以，渐渐地摆出就老爷款来。背地里不知被贺根咒骂了几顿。幸亏赵温初次为人，毫无理会。况且这前典史是势力场中历练过来的，今见赵温是个新贵。
I couldn't help but forget the reason, and gradually showed off my uncle's money. I don't know how many times he cursed me behind his back. Fortunately, Zhao Wen was a newbie and ignored him. Qian Jianshi was experienced in the snobbery world, and now Zhao Wen is a new rich man.
前程未可限量，虽然有些事情欺他是乡下人，暗里赚他钱用，然而面子上总是做的12分要好。又打听的赵温的作诗吴翰林心境开了方，生了又春芳又赞善。
The future is limitless. Although some things deceive him that he is a countryman and secretly make money from him, it is always better to do a good job in terms of face. I also learned that Zhao Wen's master Wu Hanlin had recently opened a workshop and was promoted to Yuchunfang Yuzanshan.
京官的作用不比寻常，他一心便想巴结到这条路上。有天落了店，吃完了饭，叫贺根替他把铺盖打开，点上烟灯。其实赵温正拿着一本新科帷幕，在外间灯下揣摩。
The role of the official in the capital was unusual, and he wanted to curry favor with this path. One day after leaving the store and finishing his meal, he asked He Zhen to open the bed for him and light the cigarette lantern. At that time, Zhao Wen was holding a copy of Xinke Weima and pondering under the lamp outside.
前典史便说，堂屋里风大，不如到烟铺上躺着念得好。赵温果然听话，便捧了文章进来，在烟铺空的一边躺下，嘴里还是念个不了。前典史却不便阻他，自己呼了几口烟。
Qian Jianshi said, "It's windy in the hall, so it's better to lie down on the cigarette shop and recite." Zhao Wen was obedient, so he came in with the article and lay down on the empty side of the cigarette shop, but he still couldn't read anything. Qian Jianshi couldn't stop him, so he took a few puffs of smoke himself.
又吃些水果、干点心之类，又拿起茶壶，就着壶嘴抽上2口，把壶放下，顺手拎过一只紫铜水烟袋，坐在床沿上吃水烟，一个吃个不了。后来前典史被他造锅的实在不耐烦。
Then he ate some fruits, dry snacks, etc. He picked up the teapot and took a few puffs at the spout. He put the teapot down, picked up a copper hookah, and sat on the edge of the bed to eat the hookah. He couldn't finish the whole thing. Later, Qian Jianshi was really impatient with him being noisy.
便借着贺根来出气。先说他偷懒不肯做事，后来又说他今天在路上买馒头，4个钱一个，他硬要5个半钱一个，12个馒头便赚了18个钱，真是混账东西。
He took advantage of He Zhen to vent his anger. First, he said he was lazy and refused to do anything, and then he said he was buying steamed buns on the road today, and they cost 4 each. He insisted on asking for 5.5 yuan each, so he made 18 money for 12 steamed buns. What a bastard! 头里贺根听见舅老爷说他偷懒，已经满肚皮不愿意，
后来又说他赚钱，又骂他混账，他却忍不住了，顿时嘴里叽里咕噜起来，什么赚了钱买棺材，装你姥爷，还说什么混账东西。
In his head, he Jen heard that his uncle said that he was lazy, and he was full of disapproval. Later, he said that he was making money, and called him a bastard. Your master, and said, bastard.
是咱大舅子。前典使不听则已，听了之时，立刻无名火3丈高，放下水烟袋，提起根烟枪就赶过来打。贺根也不是好缠的，看见他要打，便把脑袋向前典使怀内一顶，说：“你打，你打。”
He's our brother-in-law. Qian Dianshe refused to listen. When he heard it, he immediately put down his hookah, picked up a pipe and rushed over to hit him. He Jen was not easy to deal with. When he saw him wanting to hit him, he pushed his head into Qian Dianshe's arms and said, "Hit me."
不打是咱大舅子。前典使见他如此，倒也动手不得，嘴里吆喝：“好个撒野东西！回来写信给你姥爷，他见的好人，连我都不放在眼里。”贺根正待回话
If you don't fight, you are our brother-in-law. Seeing him like this, Qian Dianshe couldn't do anything, and shouted, "What a wild thing! Come back and write to your master. Even I don't look down on the good people he recommends." Hagen was waiting for a reply.
幸亏的店家听见里头闹得不像样，进来好劝歹劝，才把贺根拉开。这里前典使还在那里气得发抖。当他二人闹时，赵温想上来劝，但不知怎样劝得好。
Fortunately, the store owner heard the commotion inside and came in to try to persuade him before he pulled He Jen away. Qian Dianshe is still shaking with anger. When the two of them were having trouble, Zhao Wen wanted to come up and persuade them, but he didn't know how to do so.
后来见店家把贺根拉开，他又待了半天，才说了一声：“天也不早了，钱老伯也好困觉了。”前典使听了这话，便正言厉言地对他说道：“师兄，用到这样管家。”
Later, when the store owner pulled He Jen away, he stayed there for a long time before saying, "It's getting late, and old man Qian is sleepy." After hearing this, Qian Dianshe said to him sternly, "Brother Shi, you need to manage the house like this.
你做主人的，总要有点主人的威势才好。像你这样好说话，一个管家治不下，让他动不动得罪客人，将来怎样做官管黎民呢？”赵文明晓得这场没趣是前典使自己找的。
As a master, you must have some authority as a master. If a housekeeper like you is so talkative and can't manage him, and he offends his guests at every turn, how will he manage the people as an official in the future? Zhao Wenming knew that Qian Dianshe had brought this unhappiness on his own.
无奈他秉性柔弱，一句也对答不上，只好索性让他说，自己呆呆地听着。前典使又道：“想我从前在江南做官的时候，衙门虽小，上下也有3、5个管家，还有书办、差役。”
Unfortunately, he was weak by nature and couldn't answer a single sentence, so I had to simply let him speak and listen blankly. Qian Dianshe added, "I think when I was an official in Jiangnan, although the yamen was small, there were 3 or 5 housekeepers, clerks, and servants.
都是我一个人去制服他们，一个不当心就被他们赚了去。像你一个底下人都治不服，那还了得？”赵温道：“为着他是王公公见的人，爷爷嘱咐过要同他客气点。”
I have to control them all by myself. If I am not careful, they will make money from me. If your subordinates can't accept the treatment, then that's a big deal. Zhao Wen said, because he is recommended by the prince. Grandpa has told him to be polite to him.
所以有些事情都让他歇。前点使哈哈冷笑道：“你将来要把他让成功谋反叛逆，才不让他呢。这种东西，叫我一天至少骂他100顿，还要同他客气，真奇谈。”赵温道
So let him do some things. Qian Jianshi sneered and said, You want to let him succeed in his rebellion in the future, so you won't let him. This kind of thing requires me to scold him at least 100 times a day and still be polite to him. What a strange story. Zhao Wen said.
既然老伯如此说，我明天管他就是了。前点使道，我并不是要叫你管他，我是告诉你做官的法子。赵温心下疑惑道：这与做官有什么相干？又不辩驳他，只好拉长着耳朵听他讲。
Since the old man said so, I will just leave him alone tomorrow. Qian Jianshi said, I'm not telling you to take care of him. I'm telling you how to be an official. Zhao Wen wondered, what does this have to do with being an official? I couldn't refute him, so I had to listen to him with long ears.
前点使又说道：齐家而后治国，治国而后平天下，这2句话你们读书人是应该知道的。一个管家治不服，怎么好算得齐家？不能齐家，就不能治国。
Qian Jianshi added, If the family is in order, then the country will be governed. If the country is in order, the world will be peaceful. You scholars should know these 2 sentences. If a housekeeper is not able to govern, how can he manage the family? If he cannot regulate the family, he cannot govern the country.
试问皇上家要你这官做什么用呢？你也可以不必上京会试赶功名了。就如我从前虽然做过1任典史，到着实替皇家出典力，不要说衙门里的人都受我节制。
May I ask what the emperor's family wants you to do as an official? You don't have to go to Beijing to try and gain fame. Just like me, although I served as a historian in the past, I actually made some contributions to the royal family. Not to mention that everyone in the Yamen was under my control.
就是那些4乡8镇的地保、乡约、图政、董事，那一个敢欺我？赵温虽然是乡下人，也晓得典史比知县小，听他说的高兴，有意打趣他，便问他道：“请教老伯典史的官。”
Among those landowners, township covenants, administrators, and directors from 4 villages and 8 towns, who dares to bully me? Although Zhao Wen was from the countryside, he also knew that Jianshi was younger than the county magistrate. He was happy to hear what he said, and he deliberately teased him, so he asked him, Please tell me, old man, the official of Jianshi.
比知县大事小，前典史期他是外行，便道一般大。他管得到的地方，我都管得到。论起来，这一县之主还要算是我。有起事情来，我同他客气，让他坐在当中，所以都称他正堂。
Is it bigger or smaller than the magistrate? Qian Jianshi deceived him as a layman and said, It's generally big. Wherever he can control, I can control everything. After all, I am still the leader of this county. When something happened, I was polite to him and let him sit in the middle, so I called him Jingtang.
我做的是下手主位，所以都称我右堂。其实是一样的，不分什么大小。赵温道：典史总要比知府小些。前典史道：他在府城里，我在县城里，我管不着他，他亦管不着我。赵氏兄
I sit in the lower seat of honor, so they call me Right Hall. In fact, they are the same, regardless of size. Zhao Wen said, Dianshi is always younger than the prefect. Qian Dianshi said, he is in the prefectural city and I am in the county. I can't control him and he can't control me. Brother Zhao.
你不要看清了这点屎，比别的官都难做。等到做顺了手，那时候给你状元，你还不要呢。我这句话并不是瞧不起状元，常常听见人说，翰林院里的人都是清贵之品。
Don't underestimate this official history. It is more difficult than other officials. When things go smoothly, I will give you the number one pick, but you still don't want it. What I said is not to look down on the number one scholar. I often hear people say that the people in the Hanlin Academy are noble and noble.
将来放了外任，不是主考就是学政，自然有那些手底下的官前来孝敬，自己用不着为难。然而隔着一层，到底不大顺手。何如我们做点史的，既不比做州县的每逢出门。
In the future, if I am given a foreign position, either as an examiner or as an academic administrator, I will naturally have the officials under me come to show my respect, so I won't have to embarrass myself. However, it's not that easy after all. How can we, who are the classics and historians, not be compared to those of state or county, whenever we go out?
定要开锣贺道，叫人家认得他是官。我们便衣就可上街，什么烟馆里、窑子里、赌场上，各处都可去得。认得咱的，这一县之内都是咱的子民，谁敢不来奉承？不认得的，无事便罢。
He must play the gong and shout so that others will recognize him as an official. We can go out in plain clothes on the streets, in opium dens, brothels, casinos, everywhere. Those who recognize us are all our people in this county. Who dares not to come and flatter us? Those who don't recognize us are fine.
等到有起事情来，咱一还他一个铁面无私。不上2年，还有谁不认得咱的？1年之内，我一个生日，我们县内一个生日，这2个生日是刻板要做的。下来老太爷生日，老太太生日。
When something happens, we will return his impartiality. In less than 2 years, who else doesn't recognize us? Within a year, I have a birthday and our wife has a birthday. These 2 birthdays are rigid. Come on, it's the old man's birthday, it's the old lad's birthday.
少爷做亲，姑娘出嫁，1年上总有好几回。赵温道：我听见王大哥讲过，老伯还没养世兄，怎么倒做起亲来呢？前典史道：你原来未入仕途，也难怪你不知道。
Young masters get married and girls get married several times a year. Zhao Wen said, I heard Brother Wang say that I haven't raised a brother yet, so how can I get married? Qian Dianshi said, you have never entered the official career, so it's no wonder you don't know.
大凡像我们做点史的，全靠着做生日、办喜事弄2个钱。一桩事情收1回份子，1年有上5、6桩事情，就收5、6回的份子。1回受上几百吊，通扯起来就有好2000。
Most people like us who make classics and history work on birthdays and weddings to make some money. One incident requires 1 member. If there are 5 or 6 incidents in a year, one receives 5 or 6 members. A few hundred people were hanged at one time, which amounted to as many as 2,000 people.
真大处不可小算。不要说我连着儿子、闺女都没有，就是先父、先母，我做官的时候都已去世多年。不过托名头说在原籍，不在任上，打人家个把式罢了。这些钱都是面子上的。
Really big things are not trivial. Don't say that I don't even have a son or a daughter. My father and mother were both dead for many years when I became an official. But it's just a trick to say that he is in his place of origin and not in office by using his name. The money is all for face.
受了也不罪过，还有那不在面子上的，只要事在人为，却是一言难尽。我这番出山也不想别的好处，只要早些选了出来，到了人，随你什么苦缺，只要有本事。
It is not a sin to suffer it. There are also those who do not care about face. As long as the matter depends on human beings, it is difficult to explain in a word. I don't think about any other benefits of joining the profession. As long as I was selected early, when I get the job, no matter what hardships and needs you have, as long as you have the ability, you can always succeed.
说到这里，忽听窗外有人言道：“天不早了，客人也该睡了，明天好赶路。”原来是车夫半夜里起来解手，正打窗下走过，听见里面高谈阔论，所以才说这两句。前典史听了笑道
Speaking of this, I suddenly heard someone say outside the window, "It's getting late, and it's time for the guests to go to bed, so they can start their journey tomorrow." It turned out that the coachman got up to relieve himself in the middle of the night, and was walking by under the window when he heard loud talk inside, so he said these two sentences. Qian Dianshi laughed and said,
真的，我说到高兴头上，把明赶路也就忘记了。当下便催着赵温睡下，自己又吃了几袋水烟，方是安寝。次日依旧赶路不提。却说他主仆三人，一路小行夜宿，在河南地面上。
Really, I was so happy that I forgot about my journey tomorrow. At that moment, he urged Zhao Wen to go to bed, and he ate a few more bags of hookah before going to bed. He was still on the road the next day. But he said that his 3 masters and servants had traveled all night and stayed on the ground in Hunan.
又遇着一场大雪，直至2月20后方才到京。前典史另有他那一班人，天天出外应酬，忙个不了。这里赵温会这几个童年，把一应投文复试的事都托了一位童年替他代办。
There was another heavy snowfall, and we didn't arrive in Beijing until February 20th. Qian Dianshi and his group were busy going out to socialize every day. Here, Zhao Wen met several people of the same year and entrusted one of them to take care of the re-examination for him.
免得另外求人，倒也省事不少。不过大邦复试已过，只好等到28这一天，同这些后来的在殿庭上复的事，居然取在3等里面，奉旨准他一体会试。赵温便高兴得了不得。
It saves a lot of trouble to avoid having to ask for help. However, most of the re-examinations had passed, and it was not until the 28th that he was admitted to the 3rd class along with some subsequent re-examinations in the palace, and was ordered to be allowed to take the examination together. Zhao Wen was extremely happy.
写信禀告他爷爷、父亲知道。这里自从到京，头一桩忙着便是拜老师。赵温请教了童年，把帖子写好，又封了2两银子的制件4吊钱的门包。他老师吴赞善住在顺治门外，赵
Write a letter to tell his grandfather and father that they know. Since arriving in Beijing, the first thing I have been busy with is to worship my teacher. Zhao Wen consulted the same year, wrote the post, and sealed Ji Jian with 2 taels of silver and 4 taels of money as a door bag. His teacher Wu Zanshan lived outside Xuanji Gate. Zhao
前2位却住在米市胡同，相去还不算远。这天赵温起了一个大早，连累了前典史也爬起来，忙活着替他弄这样弄那样，穿袍子、 打夭折都是前典史亲自动手。又招呼贺根。
Qian and Qian live in Mishihatong, so they are not far apart. Zhaowen got up early that day. Qian Dianshi got up too tired and was busy doing this and that for him. He put on robes and tied waists. All Qian Dianshi did it himself. He called to Hogan again.
帖子拿好，车叫来没有？一霎时，簇新的轿车停在门前。赵温出外上车，前典史还送到门口。这里掌鞭的就把鞭子一撒，那牲口就拉着走了。一霎时到了吴赞善门前。赵温下车。
Got the post. Has the car been called? In an instant, a brand new car stopped in front of the door. Zhao Wen went out to get in the car, and Qian Dianshi walked to the door. The whip wielder here spread the whip, and the animal was pulled away. In an instant, Wu Zanshan arrived. In front of the door. Zhao Wen got out of the car.
举眼观看，只见大门之外，一双裹脚条，4块包脚布高高贴起，上面写着什么詹事府事，不准喧哗，如为宋鸠等话头。原来为时尚早，吴家未曾开的大门。门上一副对联，写着
Looking up, he saw a pair of foot-binding strips and 4 pieces of foot-binding cloth posted high outside the gate, with words such as, Declaration of Zhan Shifu, no noise is allowed, any violation will be punished, and other words. It turned out that it was too early, and the Wu family had not yet opened the door. There is a couplet on the door that reads,
黄恩春浩荡，文之日光华10个大字。赵温心下揣摩，这一定是老师自己写的。就在门外徘徊了一回，方听得呀的一声，大门开处，走出一位老管家来。赵温手捧名帖，含笑向前。
The Emperor's grace is mighty and the spring is bright, and the civilized society is brilliant, are 10 big characters. Zhao Wen thought in his heart that this must be written by the teacher himself. He wandered outside the door for a while, then he heard a sound, the door opened, and an old housekeeper walked out. Come. Zhao Wen holds the name card in his hand and moves forward with a smile.
到了来意，那老管家知道是主人去年考中的门生，连忙让在门房里坐，取了手本，掷剑往里就跑。停了一会子，不见出来。赵温心下好生疑惑，原来这些当穷京官的人
informed of his intention. The old housekeeper knew that he was the master's disciple who passed the exam last year, so he quickly asked him to sit in the concierge, took the notebook, Jijian, and ran inside. After a while, he didn't come out. Zhao Wen was very confused. It turns out that these people are poor officials in the capital.
好容易熬到3年放了一趟差，原指望多收几个财主门生，好把旧欠还清，再拖新账。那吴赞善自从2月出头到如今，那些新举人来京会试的，他已见过不少。见了张三。
I finally got through it 3 years ago and got a job. I expected to recruit a few more wealthy disciples so that I could pay off the old debts and pay new debts. Since the beginning of February, Wu Zanshan has seen many new candidates coming to Beijing for examinations. Met Zhang San.
探听李四，见了李四，探听张三。如若是同府同县，自然是一问便知；就是同府隔县，问了不知便罢。只要有点因头，他见了面，总要搜寻这些人的根底。此意大概皆然。
I inquired about Li Si, met Li Si, and inquired about Zhang San. If they were from the same prefecture and county, he would naturally find out by asking. If they were from the same prefecture and from the same county, he would not know if he asked. As long as he had some clues, he would always search for the background of these people when they met. This is probably the case as well.
并不是吴赞善一人如此。木下单说吴赞善，他早把赵温的家私问在肚里，便知道他是朝邑县一个大大的土财主，又是暴发户，早已打算他若来时这一份致见。
Wu Zanshan is not alone in this. Now let's talk about Wu Zanshan. He had already asked about Zhao Wen's belongings and knew that he was a wealthy local man in Chaoyi County and a nouveau riche. He had already planned that if he came, this would be a big deal.
至少亦有200-300两。等到家人拿进手本，这时候他正是一梦初醒，卧床未起，听见赵温2字，便叫请到书房里坐，泡盖碗茶。老家人答应着，幸亏太太仔细，便问
There are at least 200 to 300 tales. When his family got the notebook, he woke up from a dream and was still in bed. When he heard the word Zhao Wen, he said, "Please come and sit in the study and make a bowl of tea." The old family member agreed. Fortunately, my wife was careful and asked,
致见拿进来没有？话说间，老家人已把手本连2两头银子一同交给丫鬟拿进来了。太太接到手里，掂了一掂，嘴里说了声只好有2两。吴赞善不听则已，听了之时
Did Jimmy bring it in? While he was talking, the old man handed the book and 2 taels of silver to the maid and brought them in. The wife took it in her hand, weighed it, and said, "I can only have 2 taels." Wu Zanshan refused to listen. When listening,
一咕噜忙从床上跳下，大衣也不及穿，抢过来打开一看，果然只有2两银子。心内好像失落掉一件东西似的，面色登时改变起来。歇了一会子，忽然笑道
Igu jumped out of bed in a hurry. He didn't even have time to put on his coat. He grabbed it and opened it. Sure enough, he only had 2 taels of silver. It was as if something was missing from his heart, and his complexion suddenly changed. After resting for a while, he suddenly smiled and said,
不要是他们的门包也拿得进来，那姓赵的很有钱，断不至于只送这一点点。老家人道，家人们另外是4吊钱。姓赵的说得明明白白，只有2两银子的致见。吴赞善听到这里
Didn't they also bring in their door bags? The man's surname Zhao is very rich, and he will definitely not give away just this little. The old man said, "My family members also have 4 ounces of money." The man's surname Zhao made it clear that Ji Jian only had 2 taels of silver. Wu Zanshan heard this.
便气得不可开交了，嘴里一片声嚷，退还给他，我不等他这2两银子买米下锅。回头他叫他不要来见我。说着赌气仍旧爬上床去睡了。老家人无奈，只得出来回复赵温。
He was so angry that he shouted, "Return it to him, I won't wait for him to buy rice for the 2 taels of silver. Turn around and tell him not to come to see me." After saying this, he still climbed into bed angrily. Fell asleep. The old family members had no choice but to come out and reply to Zhao Wen.
替主人说道罚，今天不见客。说完了这句，就把手本向桌上一撩，却把那2两头揣了去了。赵温扑了一个空，无精打采，样样的出门坐车回去。钱典史接着忙问
I said, I'm tired of the road from my master, and I won't see any guests today. After saying this, he put the notebook on the table and put away the two ends. Zhao Wen rushed out, listless and unhappy, and went out to take the car back. Qian Jianshi then asked hurriedly,
回来的为什么这般快？可会见了没有？赵温说，今儿老师不见课。前点使说，就该明再去。到了明日，又起一个早跑了去。那老家人回也不替他回一声。
Why did you come back so quickly? Have you met? Zhao Wen said, the teacher will not see guests today. Qian Jianshi said, we should go tomorrow. Tomorrow, he got up early and ran away again. The old man didn't even reply for him.
让他一个人在门房里坐了老大一会子，才向他说道：“我看你老还是回去吧，明日不用来了。”赵温听了这话，心上不懂，正待问他，老家人便说：“我就要跟着出门，你老也不用做了。”
The boss let him sit alone in the concierge for a while, and then said to him, I think you should go back. You don't have to come tomorrow. After hearing this, Zhao Wen didn't understand. Just as he was about to ask him, the old man said, I'm going out with you, so you don't have to sit down.
赵温无奈，只得依旧坐车回狱。前点使知道他又不曾见着，晓得这里头有点不对，便把从前要靠赵温走他老师这条门路的心也就淡了下来。过了几天，恰是初八头场。
Zhao Wen had no choice but to take the car back to his apartment. Qian Jianshi knew that he had never seen him before, and knew that something was wrong here, so he calmed down his previous desire to rely on Zhao Wen to follow his teacher's path. A few days later, it was the first day of the 8th lunar month.
赵温进去，很命用心，做了3篇文章，又恭恭敬敬地写到卷子上。听见人说，3场试卷没有一个添注涂改，将来挑起墨卷来，要比别人沾光，他所以就在这上头用功夫。
Zhao Wen went in, worked hard, wrote 3 articles, and wrote them respectfully on the paper. I heard someone say that not one of the 3 test papers had annotations or corrections. In the future, he would be more privileged than others when he mixed up the ink rolls, so he worked hard on this.
谁知到了初十那一天，落太阳的时候，他还有一首诗不曾写，忽然来了许多穿靴子、带顶子的，嚷着抢卷子。还有一个人手里拿着一个大喇叭，照着他呜呜地吹，把他闹急了。
Unexpectedly, on the 10th day of the lunar month, when the sun was setting, he still had a poem that he had not written. Suddenly, many people wearing boots and hats came, shouting, grab the papers. There was also a person holding a big trumpet in his hand and blowing at him, making him anxious.
赶忙提起笔来写，篇声要好不得好，一首8韵诗当中脱落掉4句，只好添注了20字，把他恼得了不得。匆匆忙忙收拾了考篮，交了卷子出去，自己始终不放心，直到第2天。
Quickly pick up the pen and write. He was very unhappy. For lines of an 8-rhyme poem were missing, so he had to add 20 lines, which annoyed him greatly. In a hurry, I packed up the test basket, handed in the papers and went out. I still felt uneasy until the next day.
篮榜贴了出来，没有他的名字，方才把心放下。接连2场、3场，他一连吃了9天辛苦。出场之后，足足困了2日2夜，方才困醒。以后就是门生请主考，同年团拜。
Blue list was posted without his name, so he felt relieved. He had to work hard for 9 consecutive days for the second and third games in a row. After the appearance, he was sleepy for 2 days and 2 nights before he woke up. From now on, the students will ask the examiner to pay homage together in the same year.
因为副主考请假回家休沐，尚没有来京，所以只请了吴赞善一个人。赵温穿着衣帽，也混在里头。钱典史跟着溜了进去瞧热闹。只见吴赞善坐在上面看戏。
Because the deputy chief examiner took leave to go home to repair the tomb and had not yet come to Beijing, only Wu Zanshan was invited. Zhao Wen, wearing clothes and hat, was also among them. Qian Dianshi slipped in and watched the excitement. I saw Wu Zanshan sitting on it watching the show.
赵温坐的地方离他还远着哩，一直等到散戏，没有看见吴赞善理他。大家散了之后，钱典史不好明言，背地里说有现成的老师上不会巴结，叫我们这些赶门子。
Zhao Wen was sitting far away from him. When the show ended, Wu Zanshan was not seen talking to him. After everyone dispersed, Qian Dianshi couldn't say it clearly, but said behind his back, "If you have a ready-made teacher, you won't be flattered and ask us to follow the disciples."
拜老师的怎样呢？从此以后就把赵温不放在眼里。转念一想，读书人是包不定的，还怕他连结上去，姑且再等他2天。赵温自从出场之后，自己就把头篇抄了2份出来。
How about being a teacher? From then on, I ignored Zhao Wen. Then I thought about it. Scholars are not sure, and I am afraid that he will join forces with Jia, so let's wait for him for 2 more days. Since Zhao Wen appeared on the scene, he has lost his head. I copied 2 copies of this article.
一份寄到家里，一份带在身上，随时好请教人。人家都恭维他文章怎么做得好，一定连结的，他自己也拿稳，一定是高中的了。就有人来说，4月初9放榜，初8写榜，从几天头例。
Send 1 copy to your home and keep 1 copy with you so you can ask for advice at any time. People complimented him on how well he wrote his articles, so he must have graduated from Lianjia, and he himself was sure that he must have graduated from high school. For some people, the list is released on the 9th day of April and written on the 8th day of April. From a few days ago.
他就没有好生睡觉。到了初8黑早，还没有天亮，他就唤醒了贺根，叫他琉璃厂去等信。贺根说：“我的也，这会子人家都在家里睡觉，敢去做什么？”赵温一定要他去。
He didn't sleep well. On the 8th day of the 8th day of the lunar month, before dawn, he woke up He Zhen and asked him to go to Lulikang to wait for the letter. He Zhen said, "My lord, everyone is sleeping at home right now. What are you going to do in a hurry?" Zhao Wen insisted that he go.
贺根推头天还早，一定要歇一会子再去。主仆2个就拌起嘴来，还是钱典史听不过，爬起来帮着赵温吆喝了2句，他才叽里咕噜的一路骂了出去。
He Zhenshui said it was still early the day before, so he had to rest for a while before going. The master and servant started to quarrel. Still Qian Dianshi couldn't hear it, so he got up and helped Zhao Wen yell a few words, and then he cursed all the way out.
这一天，赵温就同热锅上的蚂蚁一般，茶饭无心，坐立不定。到的下午，便有人来说谁又中了，谁又中了。偏生贺根从天不亮出去，一直到晚不曾回来。赵温急得跳脚。等到晚上
On this day, Zhao Wen was like an ant on a hot pot, uninterested in eating and drinking, sitting still. In the afternoon, people came to tell me who had been hit again and who had been hit again. Unfortunately, He-Jen went out at dawn and never came back until late at night. Zhao-Wen jumped anxiously. Wait until evening.
街上人说榜都填完了，只等着填五魁了。贺根知道没了指望，方才回狱。赵温见了他，眼睛里出火，骂他没良心的东西。贺根恨极，便说：“还有五魁没有出来，等我再去打听去。”
People on the street said that the list has been filled out and they are just waiting to fill in the top 5. He-Jen knew that there was no hope, so he just returned to his apartment. When Zhao-Wen saw him, his eyes were filled with anger and he called him a heartless thing. He-Jen was extremely angry and said, "There is still Wu Kuei who hasn't come out yet. I'll go find out more later."
一面说，一面跑了出来，找到一个卖烧饼的，同他商议，假充豹子，说他少爷中了会魁，好讹他的钱分用。卖烧饼的依他话，便跑了来敲门报喜。贺根是早在大门前头等好的了。
While talking, he ran out, found a sesame seed seller, and negotiated with him, pretending to be a newspaper saying that his young master had won the competition, so that he could share his money. The sesame seed seller followed his words and ran to knock on the door to announce the good news. Hagen had already been waiting in front of the gate.
一见豹子来到，也跟了进来。赵温自然欢喜，问要赏他多少银子。贺根道：“这是头豹，应该多赏他几两。”赵温道：“赏他2两。”报喜人嚷着嫌少，一定要一个大元宝。
When he saw the newspaper coming, he followed him in. Zhao Wan was naturally happy and asked how much money he would reward him with. He-Jen said, "This is the first reward. He should be rewarded with a few taels more." Zhao Wan said, "Reward him with 2 taels." The messenger shouted that it was too little and he must have a big ingot.
后来还是贺根做好做歹，给了10两一锭。那报喜人去了，贺根跟着出去，定要分他8两，卖烧饼的只肯5两。2个人在那里吵嘴，被钱典使出去出小工，一起听了去，就说：“贺根。”
Later, He-Jen did his best and gave him 12 ounces of tablets. The man who brought the good news went out, and He-Jen followed him out, determined to give him 8 taels, while the sesame seed seller only agreed to 5 taels. The two were quarreling there, but Qian Jianshi came out to see Xiao Gong. They listened together and said, "He-Jen,
你少爷已经不中进士，不该再骗他钱用。”贺根道：“你老别多嘴，我骗他的钱与你什么相干？谁要说破这件事，咱们白刀子进去，红刀子出来，叫他等着罢。”钱典使听了这话，
Your young master has already failed to become a jinsher, so you should not defraud him of money again. Hagen said, "Don't talk too much. The money I deceived him has nothing to do with you. Who wants to expose this matter? Let's go in with the white knife and come out with the red knife. Just tell him to wait." Qian Jianshi heard this.
把舌头一伸，缩不进去，那里还敢多嘴？只可怜赵温白送了10两银子，空欢喜了一夜。到第2天，不见人来替他道喜，又买本提名录来一看，自己没有名字，才知昨夜受人之骗。
If you stick out your tongue and can't retract it, you dare to talk too much. It's a pity that Zhao Wan gave away 10 taels of silver in vain and rejoiced all night in vain. On the next day, no one came to congratulate him. I bought a directory and took a look. I didn't have a name, so I realized that I had been deceived last night.
气得一天没有吃饭。欲知后事如何，且听下回分解。第03回，苦钻拆黑夜叶黄堂，悲捐鸡兰泥胡绿教。话说赵温自从正月出门到今，不差已将3月，只因离家日久。
I was so angry that I didn't eat for a whole day. If you want to know what happens next, listen to the explanation next time. Chapter 03. I went to Huangtang in the dark night, and I was saddened by the blue cloth and green sedan. It is said that it has been almost 3 months since Zhao Wen left home in the first month. Just because I have been away from home for a long time.
千般心绪，万种情怀，正在无可排遣，恰好春风暴罢，即你整顿行装，起身回去。不料他爷爷望他成名心切，寄来一封书信，又汇到2000多两银子。书上写着：倘若廉洁，故为可喜。
Thousands of moods and feelings are at a loss for disposal. Just as the spring breeze blows, I plan to pack up and go back. Unexpectedly, his grandfather was eager for him to become famous, so he sent a letter and received more than 2,000 taels of silver. The book reads, "If the two sides are victorious, it will be gratifying."
如其报罢，即赶紧捐一中书，在京供职。信上并写明是王乡绅的主意，所以东拼西凑，好容易弄成这个数目。望你好在京做官，你在外面做官，家里便免得人来欺负。
If he reports, he will immediately donate a middle school book and serve in Beijing. The letter also stated that it was Squire Wang's idea, so I pieced together here and there to get this amount with great difficulty. I hope you will work well as an official in Beijing. If you are an official outside, no one will bully you at home.
千万不可荒唐，把银子白白用掉，各等语。赵温接到此信，不好辩回，只得托了钱典使替他打听，那里捐的便宜，预备上对。那钱典使本来是瞧不起赵温的了。
You must not be ridiculous and waste your money in vain. There are other words. Zhao Wen received this letter and answered it if he didn't like it. He had to ask Qian Dianshe to find out for him where the donation was cheap and he was ready to exchange it. That money Dianshe originally looked down on Zhao Wen.
现在忽然看见他有了银子捐官，便重新亲热起来，想替他经手，可以于中取利的意思。后见赵温果然托他，他喜得了不得，今天请听戏，明天请吃饭。
Now I suddenly saw that he had money to donate to the official position, so I became intimate with him again, hoping to make a profit by handling the matter for him. Later, when he saw that Zhao Wen had entrusted him with his request, he was overjoyed. He invited him to the theater today and dinner tomorrow.
又拉了一个打京片子的人来，天天同吃同喝，说是他的蒙弟，认得部里的书办，有什么事托他，那是万妥万当的。赵温信以为真，过了一天，又穿着衣帽去拜他，自己还做东请他。
He also invited a Beijing filmmaker to come and eat and drink with him every day. He said that he was his ally and recognized the secretary of the ministry. Zhao Wenxin believed it was true. One day later, he went to worship him in his clothes, and even made a favor to him.
后来就托他上对，2000多银子不够，又亏了他代担了500两。赵温一面出了凭据，约了日期，一面写信家去，叫家里再寄银子出来好还他。这里一面找同乡，出印节，到衙门。
Later, I asked him to redeem it. More than 2,000 taels of silver were not enough, so he had to bear the burden of 500 taels. Zhao Wen issued the voucher and made an appointment on the date. He also wrote to his family asking them to send more money to pay him back. Here I look for my fellow villagers, go out of Injia, and go to the yamen.
忙了1个多月才忙完。看官记清，从此以后，赵孝廉变了赵中书，还是贺根跟他在京供职。话分两头。且说钱典史在京里混了几个月，幸亏遇见一个相好的书办，替他想法子。
It took more than a month to finish. The official's record is clear. From then on, Zhao Xiaoyan became Zhao Zhongshu, and it was still He Zhen who worked with him in Beijing. The words are divided into 2 parts. Qian Jianshi had been living in Beijing for several months. Fortunately, he met a good book clerk who came up with ideas for him.
把从前参案的字眼改清，然后拿银子捐复原官，加了花样，仍在部里候选，又做了手脚，不上2个月，便选了江西上饶县典史。听说缺分还好，他心中自然欢喜。后来一打听，
He changed the word participation in the case to a lighter one. Then he used money to donate money to reinstate the official, added some tricks, and still candidate in the ministry. He also did some tricks, and within 2 months, he was selected as the Jianshi of Shangrao County, Jiangxi Province. Hearing that missing points was okay, he was naturally happy. I asked about it later.
倒是从前在江南接参他的那个知府，现在正做了江西藩司。冤家路窄，偏偏又碰在他手里，他心中好不自在起来。跑来同他蒙弟，就是上回赚他钱的那个人商量。他蒙弟道
On the contrary, the prefect who had promoted him in Jiangnan is now the vassal of Jiangxi. The road between enemies was narrow, but it happened to be in his hands again, and he felt very uncomfortable. He came to discuss with his ally, the one who made money from him last time. His ally said,
这容易得很。我监必住的徐都老爷，就是这位藩台大人的同乡。去年这位藩台上京避见的时候，徐都老爷还请他吃过饭，是小弟做的陪。他两人的交情很厚。
It's easy. Mr. Su Do, who lives next door to me, is a fellow countryman of this Lord Fantai. Last year, when the imperial majesty of the feudal dynasty met him, Mr. Su Do even invited him to dinner, and it was his younger brother who accompanied him. The friendship between the 2 of them is very strong.
在席面上咕咕哝哝，谈个不了，还咬了半天耳朵，不晓得里头是些什么事情。后来这位藩台大人出京的时候，还叫长班送了他4两银子别境。钱典史道，像他这样交情。
He was muttering on the table, unable to talk, and biting his ears for a long time, not knowing what was going on. Later, when the feudal lord left the capital, he asked the captain to give him 4 taels of silver as a farewell gift. Qian Jianshi said, "It's so friendly like him."
应该多送几两才是，怎么只送4两？他蒙弟把脸一红道：“这个却不晓得，或者另外多送，我们也瞧不见。再不然，大概同乡都是4两。他们做大员的，怎好厚一个，薄一个？”
How many more taels should be given? Why only 4 taels? His ally's face turned red and he said, "I don't know about this, or if I give you more, we won't be able to see it. Otherwise, most of the fellow villagers would have 4 liang. They are high-ranking officials, so why should one be thick and the other thin?"
叫别位同乡看着吃味儿。钱典史道：“这个我们不去管他，但是我的事情怎么样呢？”他蒙弟道：“ 你别忙，停一会子，我到隔壁画上百把银子，找这徐都老爷写封信，替你疏通疏通。
Ask other fellow villagers to watch and taste it. Qian Jianshi said, We don't care about this. But what about my affairs? His ally said, Don't be busy. I'll stop for a while and go next door, spend hundreds of dollars, and write a letter to Mr. Su Do to clear things up for you.
这不结了吗？前典使道，一封信要这许多银子。他蒙地道，你别急，你老哥的事情就是我兄弟的事情，你没有这一点子，我兄弟还效劳得起。当时前典使再三拜托而去。
Isn't this going to end? Qian Jianshi said, A letter requires so much money? His ally said, Don't be anxious. Your brother's business is my brother's business. If you don't have this idea, my brother can still serve you. At that time, Qian Jianshi asked him to leave again and again.
原来他蒙地姓胡，名里，绰号叫做狐狸精，人既精明，认的人又多，无论那里都会溜了去。今番受了蒙兄之托，当晚果然摸到隔壁，找到徐都老爷，说明来意。
It turns out that his ally's surname is Hu Mingli and his nickname is Vixen. If a person is shrewd and recognizes many people, he will slip away no matter where he is. This time, under the entrustment of my ally, I went to the next door that night, found Mr. Su Do, and explained my purpose of coming.
并说前途有50金为寿，好歹求你赏一封信。徐都老爷道，论起来呢，同乡是同乡，不过没有什么大交情，怎么好写信？就是写了去，只怕也不灵。狐狸道，那里管得许多。
He also said that he would have 50 gold coins to live in the future, so I beg you to give me a letter. Mr. Su Do said, Come to think of it, we are fellow villagers, but we don't have any big friendships, so how can we write letters? Even if we write, I'm afraid it won't work. Hu Li said, There is a lot of control there.
你看银子面上，随便踏几句给他就完了。徐都老爷一想，家里正愁没钱买米，跟班的又要付工钱，太太还闹着赎当头，正在那里发急，没有法子想，可巧有了此事。心下一想
If you look at the money, just give him a few words and that's it. Master Su Do thought about it. The family was worried that they had no money to buy rice, the servants had to pay their wages, and his wife was still worried about redeeming the debt. He was worried there and had no way to think about it. It happened to happen. He thought.
不如且拿他来应应急。随即含笑应允，约他明早来拿信。又问银子可现成？狐狸说怎么不现成？随即起身别去。徐都老爷还亲自送到大门口，说了一声费心，又叮咛了几句。
It's better to use him to deal with emergencies. Then he agreed with a smile and asked him to pick up the letter tomorrow morning. He asked again, Is the money readily available? Hu Li said, Why not? Then he got up and left. Mr. Su Do personally sent it to the gate, said, Take care, and gave some instructions.
方才进去，到了第二天一早，徐都老爷就起身把信写好。一等到晌午，还不见狐狸送银子来，心下发急，说不要不成功。为什么这时候还不来呢？跟班的请他吃饭也不吃。
Just went in. Early the next morning, Mr. Su Do got up and wrote the letter. When it was noon, Hu Li still didn't see the money coming. He said anxiously, Don't fail. Why aren't you here at this time? The attendant invited him to eat and he refused to eat.
原来昨日晚上他已经把这话告诉了太太和跟班的了。大家知道他就有钱付，太太也不闹着赎当，跟班的也不催着付工钱了。谁知第二天左等不到，右等不到。
It turned out that he had already told his wife and attendants about this last night. Everyone knows that he has the money to pay, and his wife no longer bothers to redeem the debt, and the servants no longer press for payment of wages. Who would have thought that I would not be able to wait until the left and the right the next day?
真正把他急得要死。好容易等到2点钟，听见敲门。徐都老爷自己去开门，一看是狐狸，把他喜的心花都开了，连忙请了进来，吩咐泡茶，拿水烟袋，又叫把烟灯点上。
It really made him anxious to death. Finally, I waited until 2 o'clock when I heard a knock on the door. Mr. Su-du went to open the door himself. When he saw it was Huli, he was so happy that he quickly invited him in. He ordered him to make tea, get a hookah, and light the lantern.
狐狸未曾开口，徐都老爷已经把信取出，送到他面前。狐狸将信从信壳里取出，看了一遍。狐狸一面套信壳，一面嘴里说道：“真正想不到，就会变了卦。”徐都老爷听了这话。
Before Huli opened his mouth, Mr. Su-du had already taken out the letter and sent it to him. Foxley took the letter out of the envelope and read it again. Huli put the envelope on the letter and said, "If you really don't expect it, you will change your mind." Master Su-du heard this.
一个闷雷，当是不成功，脸上颜色顿时改变，忙问：“怎么了？”可是不成功。狐狸徐徐地答道：“有我在里头，怕他逃到那里去。不过拿不出，也就没有法子了。”徐都老爷道：“可是一个没有。”
A muffled thunder, thinking it was unsuccessful, the color on his face suddenly changed, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong?" It was unsuccessful? Huli replied slowly, "I'm in there. I'm afraid he will escape there. But I can't get it out, there is no other way." Mr. Su-du said, "But there is no one?"
狐狸道：“有是有的，不过只有一半。对不住你老，叫我怪不好意思的，拿不出手来。”徐都老爷道：“到底他肯出多少？”狐狸也不答言，靴叶子里拿出一张银票，上写。
Huli said, "Yes, there is, but it's only half." "I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry, I can't help you." Mr. Su-du said, "How much is he willing to pay?" Huli didn't answer. He took out a banknote from the tuck of his boot with the words,
凭票付金凭银25两正，下面还有图书，却是一张4横的票子。徐都老爷望着眼睛里出火，伸手一把夺了去。狐狸道：“就这25两，还是我垫出来的利，你老先收着使。”
Pay Jinping silver 25 taels with the check. There was a book underneath, but it was a four-hangs note. Mr. Su-du's eyes burned when he looked at it, and he stretched out his hand and snatched it away. Huli said, "Just these two I still paid 15 taels for it. You should accept the envoy first."
以后再补罢。徐都老爷无奈，只好拿信给他。狐狸也不吃烟，不吃茶，取了信，一直去找钱点使，告诉他替他垫了100两银子。起先徐家里还不肯写，后来看我面上却不过。
I'll make up for it later. Master Su-du had no choice but to give him a letter. Huli didn't smoke or drink tea, so he took the letter and went to Qiandianshi. He told him that he had advanced 100 taels of silver for him, but at first the Su family refused to write, but later it turned out that I didn't look good on my face.
他才写的。前典史自是感激不尽，忙着连夜收拾行李，打算后天长行，一直到省。结算下来，只有他蒙地湖里处尚有首尾未清。他蒙地外面虽然大方，心里极其色刻。
He just wrote it. Qian Jianshi was so grateful that he packed his luggage overnight, planning a long trip to the province the day after tomorrow. After the settlement, only his ally brother who was in charge, and the whole matter was still unclear. Although his ally is generous on the outside, he is extremely mean on the inside.
想前典史同他算清，面子上又不好露出。因见前典史有一个翡翠的带头子，值得几文。从前前典史也说过要卖掉他。狐狸到此就心生一计，说有主顾要买，骗到手。
I want Qian Jianshi to settle things with him, but it's hard to show off my face. Seeing that Qian Jianshi had a jade leader who was worth several articles, Qian Jianshi also said that he would sell him before. Hu Li came up with a plan at this point, saying that there was a customer who wanted to buy it, and he deceived him.
估算起来还可多赚几文，满心欢喜。次日便推头有病，写了一封书信，叫做饭的拿来替他送行。信上还说，带头子前途已经看过，不肯多出价钱，等到卖去之后，即将款项汇来。
It is estimated that I can earn a few more coins, and I am full of joy. The next day, he pretended to be ill and wrote a letter, asking the cook to bring it to see him off. The letter also said, the leader has seen his future and is not willing to pay more. He will remit the money after the sale.
事到期间，前典史也无可如何，只得自己算完了防范账，与赵温作别，做了双套骡车而去。有话变长，无话变短。他到了天津，便向水路进发，还有海轮，将有江轮，不消1月。
In the meantime, Qian Jianshi had no choice but to settle the bill for the room and food, said goodbye to Zhao Wen, and left in a double mule cart. If there are words, they will be long. If there are no words, they will be short. When he arrived in Tianjin, he headed for the waterway. There were sea ships on the sea and river ships on the rivers. It didn't take him a month.
便到了江西省城，找到下处。奇巧那位藩司又是护院，他一时也不敢投信，后准排期，跟着同班一大帮走进二堂，在廊檐底下朝着大人磕了3个头，起来又请了一个安。
Then he arrived at the provincial capital of Jiangxi province and found his whereabouts. Qiqiao, the feudal lord, is also the guardian. He didn't dare to believe it for a while, so he waited for the lottery date and followed a group of his classmates into the second hall. He kowtowed 3 times to the adults under the eaves of the corridor, then got up and asked for another greeting.
那大人只摊摊手，呵呵腰，也没有问话就进去了。前典史来的时候，手里捏着一把汗，恐怕问起前情，难以回话。幸亏大人不计小人之过，过了此关，才把一块石头放下。
The adult just spread his hands, rubbed his waist, and went in without asking any questions. When Qian Jianshi came, he had a lot of sweat in his hands, and he was afraid that he would not be able to reply when asked about his past. Fortunately, the adults did not remember the mistakes of the villains, and after passing this test, he put down a stone.
但是他选的那个缺，现在有人属事，到任未及3月。这属事的人也弄了什么大帽子的信，好容易数了这个缺。上司看了写信人面上，总要叫他数满1年。
But the vacancy he selected is now occupied by someone who took office less than 3 months ago. The person who signed the letter also got some big-name letters, and finally signed this letter. When the boss looks at the letter writer, he always asks him to sign for 1 year.
不便半路上撤他回来。好在幸前的是实缺，就是闲空1年半载也不打紧，上司存了这个意见，所以竟不挂牌叫他赴任，却不想这位钱太爷只巴巴的一心想到任。
It is inconvenient to withdraw him halfway. Fortunately, the man's surname Xian was in short supply, so even if he could be idle for a year and a half, it wouldn't matter. His superiors had this idea in mind, so they didn't even list him for the job. But he didn't expect that Mr. Qian could only think of Ren.
叫他空闲在省城，他却受不得了。一天到晚，不是钻门子，就是找朋友，东也打听，西也打听，高的仰攀不上。只要府厅班子里有能在上司面前说得动话的，他便极力巴结。
He was told to spend his free time in the provincial capital, but he couldn't stand it anymore. All day long, he was either trying to get in or looking for friends, asking questions here and there. He was too high to climb up. As long as there was anyone in the government or department team who could speak eloquently in front of his superiors, he would try his best to curry favor with them.
天天穿着衣帽到公馆里去请安。后来就有人告诉他，现在知应局兼营务处的候补府黄大人是护院的天字第1号的红人，凡把事情托了他，到护院面前说1是1，说2是2。
Wear clothes and go to the mansion every day to say hello. Later, someone told him, Mr. Huang, the current candidate of the Support Bureau and Operations Office, is the #1 celebrity in the nursing home. He was entrusted with everything, and when he came to the nursing home, he said 1 thing was 1, and 2 things was 2.
新进镇捐案内，又蒙山西府院保举了免补，不闻虽未回来，即日就要过班，便是一位道台了。向来司道一体，便与藩聂2司同起同坐，所以他现在虽然还是知府，除掉护院之外。
In the recent relief donation case, Shangxi Fuyuan recommended subsidy-free. Although Bu Wen has not returned, he will be off duty today, so he is a Taoist. The ministers and Taoists have always been one, so they rise and sit together with the 2 ministers, Fan and Zhen. So although he is still the prefect now, except for the nursing home,
藩聂却都不在他眼里，有些事情竟要硬驳回去。藩聂为他是护院的红人，而且即日就要过班，所以凡事也都让他3分。闲话休提，且说前典史听见这条门路。
Fan and Nian Ke were not in his eyes, and some things had to be dismissed. Fan Zeng thought that he was a popular person in the nursing home and was going to be off duty soon, so he was given 3 points in everything. No more gossip. Let us say that Qian Dianshi heard about this method.
便一心一意地想去钻。究竟他办事精细，未曾禀见黄大人，先托人介绍，认得了黄大人的门口，同他门口一个叫戴生的先要好起来，拜把子，送东西，如兄若弟，叫得应天响。
Then I wanted to drill with all my heart. After all, he was so meticulous in his work that he asked someone to introduce him to him before he met Mr. Huang. He recognized Mr. Huang's door, and a man named Dai Sheng who was at his door wanted to get well first.
慢慢的才把省里闲不起，想求大人提拔的意思说了出来。戴生道：“老弟，你为什么不早说？这一点点事情，做哥哥的还可以帮你一把力。 钱典史听了，喜得嘴都合不拢来。
Slowly, he said what he meant. The province can't afford to be idle, and I want to ask the adults for promotion. Daisheng said, Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? As a brother, I can help you with this little thing. Qian Jianshi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth after hearing this.
忙说，既然如此，我明天一早就来禀见。戴生道，你别忙，早来无用，早晨找他的人多，那里有功夫见你？要来，明晚上来。钱典史忙说，领教。倘能蒙老哥吹嘘，大人栽培。
Daisheng said hurriedly, In that case, I will come to see you early tomorrow morning. Daisheng said, Don't be busy. It is useless to come early. There are many people looking for him in the morning. I will see you there if I have time. If you want to come, come tomorrow evening. Qian Jianshi said hurriedly, I want to learn from you. If you can be boasted by me, I will cultivate you.
赏派个把差事，免得妻儿老小挨饿，便是老哥莫大之恩。说完之后，便即起身告辞。戴生说，自家兄弟说那里的话，明晚再会罢，我也不送你了。钱典史去后，
It would be a great kindness for me to send an envoy to prevent my wife, children, and children from starving. After finishing speaking, he stood up and left. Daisheng said, Brother, tell me what you said. See you tomorrow night, I won't see you off either. After Qian Jianshi left.
乞巧上头有事来叫戴生进去，问了2句话。只因黄知府今日为了知应局一个收支委员亏空了几百两银子，被他查了出来，马上撤掉差事，听候详参。心想
Qi Qiao came to ask Daisheng to come in and ask a few questions. Just because Magistrate Huang had lost hundreds of taels of silver to a Revenue and Expenditure Committee member of the Support Bureau today, he found out and immediately dismissed the mission, waiting for further details. Thought.
这些候补小班子里头，一个个都是穷光蛋，靠得住的实在没有。便与戴生谈及此事，也是钱典史运气来了。戴生便保举他，说：“现在有个新选上饶县典史前某人，如何精明？”
In this small team of candidates, every one is a pauper, and there is really no one who can be relied on. Then he discussed the matter with Daisheng. It was Qian Jianshi's luck, so Daisheng recommended him and said, Now there is a newly elected Shangrao County Jianshi Qian. How shrewd he is.
如何安练，而且曾任实缺，现在又从部里选了出来，因为有人属事，暂缓赴任。如若为了这种有缺的人，他一定尽心报效，再不会出岔子的。黄知府道：“我没有瞧见过这个人。”
How to practice well, and he once served in a real vacancy, and now he is elected from the ministry because someone has appointed someone to postpone his appointment. If such a vacuous person is appointed, he will do his best and nothing will go wrong again. Huang the magistrate said, I have never seen this person before.
戴生道：“他可常常来禀见，小的为着老爷事忙，那里有功夫见他，所以从没有上来回过。”黄知府道：“既然如此，叫他明天夜里来见我。”戴生答应了几个事，又站了一会子。
Daisheng said, He often comes to report to me. I am busy with the master's affairs and have time to see him there, so I never go back and forth. Magistrate Huang said, In this case, ask him to come to see me tomorrow night. Daisheng agreed to a few yes and stood there for a while. 才
退了出去。到了第二天， 前典史那里等到天黑，太阳还大高的，他穿了花衣补服跑了去。只见公馆外头平放着2声轿子，他便趔趔趄趄走到戴生屋里，请安坐下。
Then he retreated. On the next day, Qian Dianshi waited until it got dark and the sun was still high, so he put on his colorful clothes and mended them and ran away. Seeing 2 sedans lying flat outside the mansion, he staggered to Dai Xing's room and asked him to sit down.
戴生把昨夜间替他吹嘘的话告诉了他，还说知应局出了一个收支差事，上头一定要委别人，已经有了主了，是我硬替你老弟扛下来的。停课见了面就有喜信的。
Dai Xing told him what he had boasted about last night and said, "The support bureau has a revenue and expenditure task, and it must be entrusted to someone else. There is already an owner, and I took it for your brother. Stop it. There will be good news when we meet."
前典史又是感激又是欢喜，忙问大人几时回来的？戴生道：早晨7点钟上院，9点下来，接着会审了一桩什么案子，赶12点钟到局里吃过饭，又看公事，才回来抽不上3袋烟。
Qian Dianshi was grateful and happy at the same time, and asked hurriedly, "When did your excellency come back?" Dai Xing said, "I went to the court at 7 o'clock in the morning and came down at 9 o'clock. Then I heard some case. I arrived at the bureau at 12 o'clock. I had dinner there and attended to business. I just came back and couldn't smoke 3 packs of cigarettes."
又是什么局里的委员来禀见，现在正在那里会客咧。你且在这屋里吃饭，等他老人家送过客，过了瘾，再上去不迟。前典史无奈，只得暂且坐着等候。停了一会子，只听得里头喊
Another member of the bureau came to report to me, and he is currently receiving guests there. You can eat in this room and wait for the old man to see off the guests. After you have had your fill, it won't be too late to go back up." Qian Dianshi had no choice but to sit and wait for the time being. After a pause, he heard someone shouting.
送客，见2个委员前头走，黄知府后面跟着送。走到2门口，那2个委员就站住了脚，黄知府照他们呵腰，就自己先进去了。2个委员各自上轿回去不提。
Send off guests, seeing the 2 committee members walking in front, and Huang Zhifu following behind. When they reached the second door, the 2 committee members stopped. Huang Zhifu patted them and went in first. The 2 committee members got on the sedan chair respectively. No question about going back.
这里黄知府夺接2门，便问管家，轿子店里催过没有？有个管家便回，已经打发了3次人去催去了。黄知府道：今儿在院上，护院还提起，说不闻这2天里头一定可到。
Here, Magistrate Huang walked into the second door and asked the steward, "Have you been urged in the sedan shop?" A steward replied, "I have sent people to urge you 3 times." Magistrate Huang said, "I am in the courtyard today." The nursing home also mentioned that Buwen would be able to arrive within the next 2 days.
轿子坐不来，坐了什么上院呢？真正这些王八蛋！我不说，你们再不去催的。众管家碰了钉子，一声也不敢言语，一个个鸦雀无声，垂手侍立。黄知府说完了话，也踱了进去。
If the sedan chair can't be made, what can we ride on to go to the courtyard? Really, these bastards. If I don't tell you, you won't urge me. The housekeepers were shocked and did not dare to say a word. They were all silent and stood with their hands lowered. After Huang Zhifu finished speaking, he also walked in.
等到上灯之后，钱典史在戴生屋里吃过了夜饭，然后戴生拿着手本进去替他回过，又出来领他到大厅西面一间小花厅里坐下。此时钱典史恭而且敬，一个人坐在那里。
After the lights were turned on, Qian Dianshi had dinner in Dai Xing's room, and then Dai Xing went in with his notebook to answer for him, then came out and led him to sit down in a small flower hall to the west of the hall. At this time, Qian Dianshi was respectful and sitting there alone.
静悄悄的，足足等了半个钟头，才听见靴子响。还没进花厅门，又咳嗽了一声。随见小跟班的将花厅门帘打起，便是大人走了进来，家常便服，一个胖胀面孔，吃烟吃得满脸发青。
It was quiet, and I waited for half an hour before I heard the sound of boots. Before entering the flower hall, he coughed again. Seeing the little attendant, he opened the curtain of the flower hall, and the adult came in, casual clothes, a fat face. His face was blue from eating cigarettes.
一嘴的浓黑胡子，两只眼睛直往上瞧。钱典史连忙跪倒，同拜财头的一样，叩了3个头，起来请了一个安，跟手又请安，从袖筒管里取出履历呈上。黄大人接在手中，一面让座。
He has a thick black beard and 2 eyes looking straight up. Qian Dianshi quickly knelt down, kowtowed 3 times like a worshipper, and stood up to say hello. His follower said hello again, took out his resume from his sleeve and presented it. Mr. Huang took it in his hand and offered to sit down.
钱典史只有半个屁股坐在椅子上，斜着脸听大人问话。黄知府把他的履历翻了一翻，随手搁下，便问：“几时到的？”钱典史忙回：“上个月到的。”黄知府道：“上饶的却很不坏。”
Qian Dianshi sat on the chair with only half his buttocks, squinting his face as he listened to the adult's questions. Magistrate Huang flipped through his resume, put it down casually, and asked, "When did you arrive?" Qian Dianshi hurriedly replied, "He arrived last month." Magistrate Huang asked, "Is Shangrao's job very good?"
钱典史道：“大人的栽培，但是一时还不得到任。”说到这里，黄知府叫了一声来，只见小跟班的拿着水烟袋进来装烟。黄知府只管吃烟，并不答话。钱典史熬不过。
Qian Dianshi said, "My lord's cultivation. But I haven't been appointed yet." At this point, Magistrate Huang called out, "Come," and saw the little follower coming in with a hookah to fill his cigarettes. Magistrate Huang just smoked and didn't answer. Qian Dianshi couldn't survive it.
便站起来，又请了一个安，说：“卑职母老家贫，虽说选了出来，藩县一时不挂牌，总求大人提拔提拔。”黄知府道：“求我的人实在多，总要再添几百个差事，才能够都应酬得到。”
Then he stood up and asked for another greeting, saying, "My humble working mother comes from a poor family. Although she was elected, the vassal order was not listed for a while, but I always begged you to promote me." Magistrate Huang said, "There are so many people begging me, so I will always ask you to promote me. It takes hundreds of jobs to get everything done."
钱典史听了不敢言语。只见黄知府拿茶碗一端，管家们喊了一声送客，他只好辞了出来。黄知府送到2门，也就进去了。钱典史出来，仍旧走到戴生屋里，哭丧着面孔。
Qian Dianshi didn't dare to speak after hearing this. I saw Magistrate Huang holding the tea bowl, and the housekeepers shouted, "Send off," so he had to leave. Magistrate Huang sent it to the second door and went in. When Qian Dianshi came out, he still walked to Dai Xing's room, looking sad.
在那里换衣服，一声也不言语。还是戴生看出他的苗头，就说：“老弟，官场里的事情你也总算经过来的了，那里有一见面就为你差事的，少不得多走2趟。不是说有余兄在里头。”
Changing clothes there without saying a word. Dai Xing noticed his signs and said, "Brother, you have finally come across the affairs in the officialdom. Where did you get entrusted with the mission as soon as we met? You have to go twice more. It doesn't mean that there is brother you in there."
咱们兄弟自己的事，还有什么不替你上紧的？这算得什么？也值得放在心上，就马上不自在起来。快别这样！前点使道，做兄弟的并非不知道这个道理，但是一件，刚才我求他。
We brothers have nothing to do with your own affairs. It didn't matter, it was worth taking to heart, and I immediately felt uncomfortable. Stop it. Qian Dianshi said, "It's not that brothers don't know this truth. But one thing, I begged him just now."
他老人家的口气不大好，再来恐怕他不见。戴生道：“你放心，有我呢。你看他一天忙到夜，找他的人又多。我说句话，你别气，像你老弟这样的班子，不是有人在里头招呼。”
His old man's tone is not very good. I'm afraid he won't be there again. Dai Xing said, "Don't worry, I'm here. You see he is busy all day long and there are many people looking for him. Let me tell you, don't be angry. In a team like your brothers, no one is there to greet you."
如要见他一面，只怕等上3年见不着的紧多里。前点使道：“我晓得，不是你老哥在里头，兄弟那里够得上见他。有你老哥拍胸脯，兄弟还有什么不放心的？你快别多心。”
If you want to see him, you may have to wait for 3 years without seeing him. Qian Dianshi said, "I know. It's not that your brother is in there, but you can reach him there. With your brother patting your chest, what else do you have to worry about? Don't worry too much."
以后权杖大裂，一面又替戴生请了一个安，然后辞了出来，自回寓处。后来又去过几次，也有时见着，有时见不着。忽然一天，前点使正走进门房，戴生是从上头回视下来。
From now on, all efforts will be made. At the same time, he asked Dai Xing for a greeting, then resigned and returned to his apartment. Later, he went there several times, sometimes seeing him and sometimes not seeing him. Suddenly one day, Qian Dianshi was walking into the concierge. Dai Xingshi came down from the top.
笑嘻嘻地朝着前点使道：“老弟，有件事情，你要怎样谢我？说了再告诉你。”前点使一听话内有因，心上一想，便道：“老哥，你别拿人开心，谁不知道戴二太爷一向是一清如水。”
He smiled and said to Qian Dianshi, "Brother, there is something. How do you want to thank me? I'll tell you after I've said it." Qian Dianshi had a reason for obeying, and thought about it, and said, "Brother, don't take it. When people are happy, who doesn't know that Grandpa Dai is always as clear as water?"
谁见你受过人家的谢礼？这话也不像你说出来的。旁边有戴生的一个伙计听了这话，笑道：“真正钱太爷好口才。”戴生道：“真是真，假是假，不要说完话。我们过这边来讲正经要紧。”
Who has seen you receive a thank you gift from others? It doesn't sound like you said it either. A waiter with Dai Xing next to him heard this and said with a smile, Master Qian is really eloquent. Dai Xing said, True is true, false is false, don't joke. Let's talk about seriousness here.
钱典史便跟了戴生到套间里，两个人咕咕哝哝了半天，也不知说些什么。只听得临了一句是钱典史口音，说：“凡是先有了你老哥，才有我兄弟，你我还分彼此吗？”说完出来。
Qian Dianshi followed Dai Sheng into the suite. The two of them muttered for a long time, not knowing what to say. I only heard the last sentence, which was in Qian Dianshi's accent, and said, Every time I have your brother before I have my brother, do you and I still know each other? After he said it.
欢天喜地而去。究竟所说的那个收支差事派他没有，后文再提。且说黄知府有一天上院回来，正在家里吃夜饭，忽然院上有人送来一角文书，拆开一看。
Went away happily. Whether he was the one who sent the envoy to and from the country in question will be discussed later. Let's say that Magistrate Huang came back from the court one day and was having dinner at home. Suddenly someone from the court sent a corner of documents, which he opened and took a look at.
正是保准过班的行之，照例开销来人，便是戴生领头，约其一班家人，戴着红帽子上去给老爷叩喜。叩头起来，戴生便回，绿那轿子可巧今天饭后送来，家人刚才看过了一本。
This is exactly what you need to know to ensure you pass the class. As usual, expenses will be paid. It was Dai Sheng who took the lead and gathered a group of family members, wearing red hats, to go up and congratulate the master. After kowtowing, Dai Sheng replied, The green cloth sedan happened to be delivered after dinner today. My family just read the calendar.
明天上好的日子，老爷好坐着上院。黄知府点点头，又问：“价钱讲过没有？”戴生道：“拿就兰尼轿子者给他，找他有限的钱。”黄知府道：“就轿子抬去了没有？”戴生道：
Tomorrow is a good day, so I can sit in the courtyard. Magistrate Huang nodded and asked, Have you discussed the price? Dai Xing said, Bring him an old blue cloth sedan and give him a limited amount of money. Magistrate Huang asked, Has the old sedan been carried? Dai Xing said,
明天老爷做了新轿子，就叫他们把旧的抬了去。黄知府没有别的言语，戴生便退了下来。接着首府、首县以及知应局、营务处的各位委员老爷统统得了信。
The master will get a new sedan tomorrow and ask them to carry the old one. Magistrate Huang had no other words, so Dai Xing withdrew. Then all the committee members of the capital, the first county, the support bureau, and the camp office all got the letter.
一齐拿着手本前来叩喜。内中只有首府来的时候，黄知府同他极其客气。无奈做此官，行此礼，凭你是谁，总跳不过这个礼去。始终那首府按照见上司的规矩见的他。
They all came together with notebooks in hand to express their gratitude. When only one of them came from the capital, Magistrate Huang was extremely polite to him. I have no choice but to be this official and perform this ceremony. No matter who you are, you can't escape this logic. The capital always met him according to the rules of meeting his boss.
一宵无话。次日一早，黄知府便坐了绿泥大轿上院，叩谢行之，仍旧坐了知府官厅，惹得那些候补知府们都站起来请安，一口一声的叫大人。黄大人正在那里推让的时候，
speechless all night. Early the next morning, Magistrate Huang went up to the courtyard in a green cloth sedan, thanked Xingji, and sat in the magistrate's office again. This caused all the alternate prefects to stand up and say hello, calling, Your Excellency, one after another. Mr. Huang was making concessions there.
只见有人拿了藩、聂两县的名帖前来请他到司、道观厅去坐。那些知府又站了班，送他出去。到司、道观厅，各位大人都对他作揖道喜。他依旧一个个的请安，还他就属的体制。
I saw someone came to invite him to sit in the official hall of the minister and Taoist officials with the name cards of the feudal lord and the feudal lord. The prefects stood on duty again to see him out. When he arrived at the ministerial and Taoist official halls, all the adults bowed to him and congratulated him. He still greeted everyone and returned his old affiliation to the system.
各位大人说，以后我们是同饮，要免去这个礼的了。各位大人又一齐让位，黄大人便扭扭捏捏地在下手一张椅子上坐下。列位看官记清，黄大人现在已经变为道台。
The adults said, We are colleagues from now on, so we will be exempted from this gift. The adults gave up their seats together, and Mr. Huang sat down on the next chair coquettishly. All readers, please remember clearly, Mr. Huang has now become a Taoist platform.
做书的人也要改称，不好再称他为黄知府了。当日黄道台上院下来，便拿了旧书帖子，先从藩台拜起，接着是聂台、梁巡道、盐法道以及各局总办，并在省的候补道。
The person who writes books also needs to be renamed. It is no longer good to call him Magistrate Huang. When I came down from the Zodiac on the same day, I took the old post and bowed first from the Fantai, then to the Nyetai, the Grain Patrol Road, the Salt Method Road, the general offices of each bureau, and the alternate roads in the province.
统统都要拜倒。一路上，前头一把红伞，4个营务处的亲兵，1匹顶马，骑马的带的是5品奖札，还拖着一只蓝领；2个营务处的差官带着白石头顶子，穿着抓地虎，替他把轿扛。
Everyone is welcome. Along the way, there was a red umbrella in front, for soldiers from the camp office, a top horse. The rider was wearing a 5th-grade medal and dragging a blue feather. 2 officers from the camp office, wearing a white stone cap and a gripping tiger, carried the sedan for him.
另外一个号房夹着护书，跑得满头是汗，后头2匹跟马，骑马的二爷还穿着外套。黄道台坐在绿泥大轿里，鼻子上架着一副又大又圆、侧黑的墨镜眼镜，嘴里含着一只旱烟袋。
The other room was running with a book protector under its arm, sweating all over its head, the 2 horses behind it, and the second master riding the horse, was still wearing his coat. The Zodiac was sitting in a large green cloth sedan, with a pair of large, round, black crystal glasses on his nose, and a dry cigarette in his mouth.
4个轿夫扛着他，东赶到西，西赶到东。那个把轿扛的差官还替他时时刻刻地装烟，从午前一直到3点半钟才回到公馆。他老的烟瘾上来了，尽着打呵欠，不等衣服脱完。
For bearers carried him from east to west, and from west to east. The officer carrying the sedan chair kept filling his cigarettes for him. I didn't return to the mansion until 3:30 in the afternoon. His old habit of smoking had gotten stronger and he yawned all the time without waiting to take off his clothes.
一头躺下，一口气呼呼地抽了24袋。跟他的人，不容说肚皮是饿穿的了。 接着还有多少候补大人、老爷们前来道喜，都是戴生替他一个个道法挡驾。又过了2天，
He lay down and smoked 24 bags in one breath. Those who follow him cannot say that their bellies are full of hunger. Then many alternate adults and gentlemen came to congratulate him, but Dai Sheng stood in the way of him one by one. 2 more days passed.
戴生想巴结主人，趁空便进来回道：现在老爷已经过了班，可巧大后天又是太太的生日，家人们大众齐了份子，叫了一本戏，备了2台酒，替老爷太太热闹2天。
Dai Sheng wanted to curry favor with his master, so he came in when he had time and replied, "Now that the master has finished his shift, it happens that the day after tomorrow is my wife's birthday, so the whole family gathered together and called a play, prepared 2 sets of wine, and served for the master, and my wife has been busy for 2 days."
这点面子，老爷总要赏小的，总算家人们一点孝心。黄道台道：何苦又要你们花钱？戴生道：钱算的什么？老爷肯赏脸，家人们倾家都是愿意的。黄道台道：只怕这一闹。
The master always wants to reward the younger ones for this little bit of face, so that the family members can show some filial piety. Huang Daotai said, "Why bother asking you to spend money again?" Dai Xing said, "Money is nothing. The master is willing to reward you, and the family is willing to spend all their money." Huang Daotai said, "I'm just afraid that this will cause trouble."
不要叫局里那些人知道，他们又有什么公分，闹不清爽。还有营务处上的。戴生道：老爷的大喜，应该热闹2天才是。黄道台也无他说，戴生便退了下来，自去办事。
Don't let the people in the bureau know about it, because they have no official business to mess with. And from the camp office, Dai Xing said, "Master's great joy should be a lively event for 2 days." The zodiac platform had nothing to say, so Dai Xing retreated and went to do his own business.
不料这个风声传了出去，果然营务处手下的一班营官1天公分，知应局的一班委员1天公分，都是一本戏2台酒，一齐拿了手本前来送礼。黄道台道：果不出我所料。
Unexpectedly, the news spread. As expected, a group of battalion officers from the camp affairs office and a group of members from the support bureau had a day's work, a play and 2 sets of wine. They all took the notebooks and came to give gifts. Huang Daotai said, "The result is not what I expected."
被戴生这一闹，闹出事情来了。戴生道：要他们知道才好。于是定了头1天暖寿，是本公馆众家人的喜酒；第2天正日，是营务处各营官的；第3天方轮到知应局的众委员。
Dai Xing caused trouble. Dai Xing said, "It would be better if they knew." So it was decided that the warm birthday on the first day would be for the family members of the mansion, the second day would be for the battalion officers of the camp office, and on the third day it would be the turn of the committee members of the support bureau.
到了暖寿的第1天晚上，黄道台便同戴生商量道：做这一个生日，唱戏吃酒都是糜费，一点不得实惠。戴生正要回话，忽见门上传进一封电报信来，上面写明
On the first night of Nuanshu, Huang Daotai discussed with Dai Sheng, "On this birthday, singing operas and drinking wine are all wasteful and not beneficial at all." Dai Sheng was about to reply when he suddenly saw a voice coming from the door. A telegram and letter arrived, stating,
南京来电送知应局黄大人生。黄道台知道是要紧事情，连忙拆开一看， 上头只有号码。黄道台是不认得外国字的，忙请了账房师爷来，找到一本华阳历本，翻出电码。
The call from Nanjing was sent to the support bureau, Mr. Huang Sheng. Knowing that it was an important matter, Huang Daotai quickly opened it and saw that there were only numbers on it. Huang Daotai did not recognize foreign characters, so he hurriedly invited the accountant to come and found a copy of Huayang calendar book and pull out the code.
一个一个的查，前头8个字是南昌知应局黄道台。黄道台急于要看底下，偏偏错了一个码字，查死查不对。黄道台急了，说不去管他，空着这一个字查底下的罢。
Check one by one. The first 8 characters are Nanchang Branch Bureau Zodiac Platform. The Zodiac was eager to see what was going on, but it happened to miss a code, so it turned out to be wrong. Huang Daotai became anxious and said, "Ignore him. Just leave this word blank and check what's underneath."
那师爷又翻出3个字，是军装案。黄道台一见这3个字，他的心就哔卜哔卜跳起来了，瞪着2只眼睛看他往底下翻。那师爷又翻出6个字，是帅茶雀，你接参。
The master pulled out 3 more words, which were military uniform case. As soon as the Zodiac saw these 3 words, his heart jumped wildly, and he stared at him as he scrolled down. The master pulled out 6 more words, which were shui cha ke, intending to uncover the ginseng.
黄道台此时犹如打了一个闷雷似的，咕咚一声，往椅子上就坐下了。那师爷又翻了一翻，说：“还有理。”黄道台忙问：“还有什么？”师爷一面翻，一面说：“猪手，王令君你急，兄你将同之。”
At this moment, the Zodiac platform seemed to have been struck by muffled thunder, and with a bang, he sat down on the chair. The master flipped through it again and said, "There is more." Huang Daotai hurriedly asked, "What else is there?" As the master flipped through it, he said, "Zhu Shou and Wang Ling are both planning to be dismissed, and my brother is planning to surrender Tongji."
宿舍法，下头住着一个全字。黄道台便晓得这电报是两江都墓里他一个亲戚姓王号重权的得了风声，知会他的，便说这是从那里说起。师爷说，照这电报上，令亲寄来关照。
Find a solution quickly. The word "tsun" was written at the bottom. Huang Daotai knew that this telegram was from a relative of his named Wang Zhongxuan in the Liangjiang governor's office. He got wind of it and informed him. He said, "Where did this matter start?" The master said, "According to this telegram, my dear mother will come to take care of you."
折子还没有出去，观察早点设法，总还可以挽回。黄道台道：“你们别吵，我此刻方寸已乱，等我定一定神再谈。”歇了一会子，正要说话，忽见院上文巡捕胡老爷不等通报。
The discount hasn't gone out yet. Observe that if you try to find something early, it can always be saved. Zodiac Tower said, "Don't make any noise. I'm completely confused at the moment. Let's wait until I regain my composure before we talk again." After resting for a while, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Mr. Hu being patrolled by the higher-ups in the courtyard without waiting for an announcement.
一直闯了进来，请安坐下。众人见他来的古怪，都退了出去。胡老爷四顾无人，方才说道：“护院叫卑职到此，特为通知大人一个信。”黄道台正在昏迷之际，
"I've been barging in. Please sit down." Seeing the strangeness of his arrival, everyone retreated. Mr. Hu looked around and saw no one around, and then said, "The nursing home asked me to come here, especially to inform you of a letter." The Zodiac Tower was in a coma.
也不知回答什么方好，只是拿眼瞧着他。胡老爷又说道：“忽院接到南京制台的电报，说是那年军装一案，大人也挂误在里头，真是想不到的事情。护院叫劝劝大人。”
I didn't know what to answer, so I just looked at him. Mr. Hu added, "The nursing home received a telegram from Nanjing, Taiwan, saying that it was about the military uniform case that year, and you were involved in it. It's really unexpected. The nursing home called to advise you."
不要把这事放在心上，过上2个月，冷一冷场，总要替大人想法子的。此时黄道台早已急得五内如焚，一句话也回答不出。后来听见胡巡捕说出护院的一番美意。
Don't take this matter to heart. After 2 months, if you are quiet for a while, you will always think of something for the adults. At this time, Huang Daotai was so anxious that he could not answer a word. Later, he heard Inspector Hu say some kind words about the nursing home.
真是重生父母，再造爹娘，那一种感激涕零的样子，话也话不出，便说：“求老兄先在护院前替兄弟叩谢谢恩。兄弟现在是备役人员，日里不便出门，等到明晚上。”
It was really like being reborn as parents, recreating father and mother. I couldn't even draw the expression of tears of gratitude, so I said, "Please thank me for my brother's grace in front of the nursing home. Brother is now a subject, and it is inconvenient to go out during the day. Wait until tomorrow night."
再亲自上院叩谢。说完之后，胡老要赶着回去消岔，立刻辞了出来。黄道台此番竟是非常客气，一直送出大门方回。当下一个人也不进上房，仍走到小客厅里，背着手，低着头。
Then go to the court in person to thank you. After saying that, Mr. Hu rushed back to sell business and resigned immediately. Huang Daotai was actually very polite this time and sent him out of the door before returning. The next person did not enter the upper room, but walked into the small living room, hands behind his back, head lowered.
踱来踱去，有时也在炕上躺躺，椅子上坐坐，总躺不到，坐不到3分钟的时候，又爬起来，在地下打圈子了。约莫有4更多天，太太派了老妈子3、4次来请老爷安歇。
Pacing back and forth. Sometimes I would lie down on the kong or sit on the chair. But when I couldn't lie down or sit for 3 minutes, would get up again and start circling on the ground. For about 4 or more days, my wife sent my mother-in-law 3 or 4 times to ask me to rest.
大家看见老爷这个样子，都不敢回。后来太太怕他急出病来，只好自己出来解劝了半天，黄道台方才没精打采地跟了进去。到了第2天，本是太太暖寿的正日。
Everyone didn't dare to look back when they saw the master like this. Later, his wife was afraid that he would suddenly fall ill, so she had to come out and persuade him for a long time, and then Huang Daotai followed him in listlessly. The next day came, which was supposed to be my wife's birthday.
因为遭了这件事，上下都没了兴头。太太便叫戴生上去，同他商量，想把戏班子回调不做。戴生一见老爷坏了事，谁肯花这冤钱，便落得顺水推船说。
Because of what happened, I was completely demotivated. The wife then asked Dai Xing to come up and discuss with him, wanting to take the opera troupe away. When Dai Xing saw that his master had done something bad and who was willing to pay the unjust money, he just pushed the boat along and said,
家人也晓得老爷心上不舒服，既然太太如此说，家人们过天再替太太补助罢。说完出去叫了长班的来，回头他说不要唱了。长班的说，我的太爷，为的是大人差事。
The family also knew that the master was feeling uncomfortable. Since my wife said this, let's just give my family some complimentary blessings after the occasion. After saying that, he went out and called the conductor. He turned around and said, "Stop singing." The man in charge said, "My great-grandfather. It's for your lord's errand."
好容易才抓到这个班子，多少唱2天，再叫他们回去。戴生道：“不要就是不要。你不走，难道还在这里等着挨揍不成？”长班的被他骂了2句，头里也听见这里大人的风声不好。
It was difficult to catch this group, and they sang for at least 2 days before asking them to go back. Dai Xing said, "If you don't want it, you don't want it. If you don't leave, are you still here waiting to be beaten?" The person in charge was scolded a few times by him, and he also heard the bad news from the adults here.
知道这是不成功，只好垂头丧气出来，叫人把香抬走。一面戴生又去知会了局里、营里，大家一以得信，今见如此，乐得省下几文，不在话下。到了下午，大人从床上起身。
Knowing that this was unsuccessful, he had no choice but to come out dejected and ask someone to carry the box away. On the other hand, Dai Xing went to inform the bureau and camp, and everyone was convinced. Seeing this, he was happy to save a few pennies. Not a problem. In the afternoon, adults got up from bed.
洗脸吃饭，一言不发。等到过完瘾，那时已有上灯时分。戴生进来回，外面都已伺候好了。请老爷的事，还是吃过夜饭上院，还是此刻去？黄大人说，吃过夜饭再去。
Wash your face and eat without saying a word. When the fun is over, it's time to turn on the lights. Dai Xing came in and said, "We have been waiting outside. Please tell me, should I go to the courtyard after dinner, or should I go now?" Mr. Huang said, "We will go after dinner."
原来这位黄大人的太太最是知书识礼的，一听丈夫降了官，便同戴生说：“现在老爷出门是做不来绿那大轿的了，我们那顶旧蓝泥的又被轿子店里抬了去。”
It turned out that Mr. Huang's wife was the most knowledgeable and polite. When she heard that her husband had been demoted, she said to Dai Xing, "Now that the master is going out, he can't sit in the green baize sedan. Our old blue one is he was carried away again by the sedan chair shop."
你看向那位相好老爷家借一顶来。戴生道：“现在的事情没头没脑，不过一个电报还做不得准。据家人的意思，老爷今天还是照旧，等到奉到明文再换不迟。况且同人家去借。”
Why don't you borrow one from your sweetheart? Dai Xing said, "What is going on now is confusing. It is just a telegram, and it is not accurate. According to the family's wishes, the master will continue as usual today, and it won't be too late to change it until he gets the clear message. Not to mention borrowing it from someone else."
面子上也不好说。太太说：“据我看，这桩事情不会假的。在坐着绿大泥的轿子上院，被人家指指摘摘的不好，不如换掉了妥当。横竖早晚要换的，家里有的是老太爷不在的时候。”
It's hard to say in terms of face either. The wife said, as far as I know, this matter cannot be false. When I went up to the courtyard in a large green cloth sedan, I was criticized by others for not picking it properly, so I thought it would be better to replace it. Anyway, sooner or later it will have to be replaced. There are many things at home when the old lady is away.
人家送的蓝大泥帐子，拿出2架来把它蒙上，很容易的事。一面说，一面就叫姨太太同了小姐立刻去开箱子，找出3个蓝泥帐子，交给戴生拿了出去。戴生回到门房里说道
It was very easy to cover him with 2 of the blue baize tents they had given me. As he said this, he asked his concubine and the young lady to immediately open the box, found 3 blue cloth tents, and gave them to Dai Sheng to take out. Dai Sheng returned to the concierge and said,
说起来，我们老爷真可怜，好容易创了一顶绿大泥的轿子，没有坐满5回，现在又做不成了。太太叫把蓝的蒙上，说的好容易，谁是轿子店里的出身？我是弄不来。
Speaking of which, our master is really pitiful. I managed to get a big green baize sedan, but I couldn't sit on it for 5 times, and now I can't sit on it anymore. The wife asked her to cover her head with blue cloth. It was so easy to say. Who is from the sedan chair shop? I can't get it.
好在老爷是糊里糊涂的，今儿晚上让他再多做一次。吩咐亲兵，明天一早叫轿子店里的人来1、2个，带了家伙，就在我们公馆里把他蒙好就是了。
Fortunately, the master is confused and will let him sit down one more time tonight. Instruct the soldiers to call 1 or 2 people from the sedan chair shop early tomorrow morning, bring the guy with him, and just cover him up in our mansion.
究竟黄大人是否仍坐绿呢？大轿上院，且听下回分解。第04回，白捡留情补祝寿，黄金有价快升官。却说黄道台吃过了晚饭，又过了瘾，一臂换衣服，一臂嗨声叹气。
Whether Mr. Huang is still going to the courtyard in the green cloth sedan, let's hear the explanation next time. Chapter 04, Bai Jian shows mercy to celebrate her birthday. Gold is valuable and she will be promoted soon. But he said that he had had dinner at the Zodiac and was enjoying himself again. While changing clothes, he coughed and sighed.
扎半停当出来上轿，仍旧是红伞顶马，灯笼火把而去。道德院上，一个人踱进了司，到官厅。胡巡捕听说他来，因为一向要好的，赶忙进去请了安，说护院正会客里，等等再上去回。
After dressing up, he came out and got into the sedan chair. He still wore the red umbrella on top of the horse, and drove away with lanterns and torches. Arriving at the courtyard, a man walked into the official hall of the minister and the Taoist officials. When Inspector Hu heard that he was coming, because he was always on good terms with him, he hurried in to greet him and said, "The nursing home is seeing guests. We will go back later."
大人吃过饭了没有？黄道台说吃过了。老哥，你这称呼要改的了，兄弟是降调人员，不同老哥一样吗？说着就要拉胡巡捕坐下谈天。胡巡捕也半推半就的坐了，说不到2、3句话。
Have you had your meal, sir? Zhu Daotai said, I have eaten. Brother, you need to change your title. Brother is a demoted person. Isn't it the same as brother? As he said that, he asked Inspector Hu to sit down and chat. Inspector Hu also sat down half-heartedly. He couldn't say more than 2 or 3 words.
便说：“卑职要上去瞧瞧看，客人去了，好进去回。”黄道台又说了一声费心。胡巡捕去不多时，就来相请。黄道台把马蹄袖放了下来，又拿手整一整帽子，跟了进去。
Then he said, "I have to go up and have a look. The guests have gone, so I can go in and go back." The Zodiac Tower said, "Take care," again. Not long after whose patrol was gone, he came to invite me. Zodiac put down his horseshoe sleeves, straightened his hat with his hands, and followed in.
护院已经迎出来了。一到屋里，黄道台请了一个安，跟手跪下磕了一个头，又请了一个安，说：“叩谢大人为直道事情操心。”归坐之后，接着就说：“直道没有福气伺候大人。”
The nursing home has already come out. As soon as he arrived at the house, Huang Daotai made a greeting, knelt down and kowtowed, then made another greeting and said, "Thank you for worrying about the affairs of the profession." After returning to his seat, he continued, "The profession not blessed to serve adults."
将来还求大人栽培，直到为牛为马也情愿的。护院道：“真也想不到的事情。”但是制台的电报说，虽如此说，折子还没有出去。昨日胡巡捕回来，将老哥有位令亲在幕府里。
In the future, I would also like to ask adults to cultivate me, and my career will be as good as a cow or a horse. Guyuan said, "It's something I really can't think of." But the telegram from the Taiwanese broadcaster said that even though the news had not been released yet. Yesterday, Inspector Hu came back from patrol and told me that I have a relative in the shogunate.
为什么不托他想法子去挽回挽回？黄道台道：“虽是直道的亲戚在里头，怕的是治军面前不大好说话，总求大人替直道想个法子，疏通疏通。直道也不敢忘别的好处。”
Why not ask him to find a way to save it? Huang Daotai said, "Although I have relatives from the professional level inside, I am afraid that it is not easy to talk in front of Jijun. I always ask the adults to think of a way to smooth things over. I don't dare to hope for other benefits in my career.
但求保全声名，那就感戴大人的恩典已经不浅。说着，又离座请了一个安。护院道：“我今天就打个电报去，但是令亲那里，你也应该付他一电，把底子搜一搜清。”
But if I want to preserve my reputation, I must be grateful for your grace. With that said, he left his seat and asked for a greeting. The nurse said, "I will send a telegram today. But when it comes to your father-in-law, you should also call him back and check his background."
到底是怎么一件事？黄道台道：“不用问得。”一面说，一面把嘴凑在护院耳朵跟前，如此如此，这般说了一遍，方才高声言道：“少不得总求大人的栽培。”护院听了他话，
What the hell is going on? Huang Daotai said, "No need to ask." As he spoke, he put his mouth in front of the nurse's ear, saying this, and so, and then he said loudly, "You must always ask for help from adults." The nurse listened to his words.
皱了一回眉头说：“老哥，当初这件事实在你自己大意了些，没有安排的好，所以出了这个岔子。”黄道台答应了一声是。护院又着实宽慰他几句，叫他在公馆里等信。
He frowned and said, "Brother, you were a bit careless about this and didn't arrange it well, so this went wrong." Zodiac Terrace agreed with a yes. The nursing home really comforted him and asked him to wait for the letter in the mansion.
我这里立刻打电报去，少不得要替你想法子的。然后端茶送客。 黄道台辞了出来，胡巡捕赶上说，护院已经答应替大人想法子，看起来这事一定不要紧。等到一有喜信
I'll send you a telegram right away. I'll have to come up with some ideas for you. Then he served tea to see the guests off. Huang Daotai resigned, an inspector who caught up and said, "The nursing home has promised to find a way for you, sir. It seems that this matter must not be important. Wait until there is good news."
卑职就立刻过来。黄道台连说费信，又谦逊了一回，然后上轿而去。一霎回到公馆，他老人家的气色便不像前头的呆滞了。下轿之后也不回上房，直到大厅坐下，叫请师爷来。
Come immediately if you are in a humble position. Huang Daotai said, "Trouble." He was humble again, and then got into the sedan chair and left. As soon as he returned to the mansion, the old man's complexion was not as dull as before. After getting off the sedan chair, he did not return to the upper room until he sat down in the hall and called for invitation. "Master is coming."
告诉他缘故，叫他你电报，按照护院的话，就托王仲全替他查明据实垫付。师爷说，这个电报字太多，若是送到电报局里去，单单加一的役费就得好几角，不如我们费点事。
He told him the reason and asked him to prepare a telegram. According to the nurse's words, he asked Wang Zhongxuan to find out the truth for him and reply to the telegram. The master said, "This telegram has too many words. If it is sent to the telegraph office, the translation fee plus one will cost several cents. Why don't we put in the trouble?"
翻好了送去。黄道台点头称是。师爷便取过那本华阳历本来，查着电报新编一门，一个一个的码字写了出来，打发二爷送去。黄道台方才回到上房，脱去衣服。
"Turn it over and send it away." The Zodiac Tower nodded yes. The master then took the Huayang calendar, checked the new telegraph code section, wrote out the codes one by one, and sent it to the second master. The Zodiac Tower had just been go back to the upper room and take off your clothes.
同太太谈论护院的恩典，太太也着实感激，说等到我们有了好处，怎么补报他方好。当下安寝无话。且说戴生看见老爷打电报，等到老爷进去，他便进来问过师爷。
Discussing the grace of nursing home with my wife. My wife was also really grateful and said, "When we have benefited, how can we make up for it and repay it to others?" She fell asleep without saying anything at that moment. Let's say that Dai Xing saw the master sending a telegram. When the master came in, he came in and asked the master.
方才知道底细。师爷说，这是护院很肯帮忙，看来还有得挽回。戴生鼻子里哼的冷笑一声，说：“等着吧，我是早把铺盖卷好，等着的了。想想做官的人也真是作孽。”
Only then did we know the details. The master said, "The nursing home is very willing to help with this matter. It seems that there is still something to be done." Dai Xing snorted and sneered, "Just wait. I have already packed up my bedding and waited. Think about it. Officials are really evildoers."
你瞧他前天升了官一个样子，今儿参调官又是一个样子，不比我们当家人的辞了东家还有西家，一样吃他妈的饭。做官的可只有一个皇帝，逃不到那里去的。
You see, he looked the same after being promoted to an official position the day before yesterday, and he looks completely different today after being demoted. It's no different from us, who are family members. If we resign from our boss family, we will still have the same income as the Western families. There's only one emperor for officials, so we can't escape there.
你说护院肯帮忙，护院就要回任的，未见得治台就听他的话。以后的事情瞧罢咧，能够不要我们卷铺盖，那是最好没有。一头说着，一头笑着出去。师爷也不同他多舌。
You said that if the nurse is willing to help, the nurse will return to his post. You just listened to him without even making a decision. Let's see what happens next. It would be best if we didn't have to pack up everything. One of them said, and the other smiled and went out. Master is not as talkative as him.
各自闺房不提。且说黄道台在公馆里一等等了3天，不见院上有人来送信，把他急得真如热锅上蚂蚁一般，走出走进，坐立不安。真正说也不信官场的势力。
It doesn't matter if we each return to our houses. Let's say that the Zodiac had been waiting in the mansion for 3 days, but no one came to deliver the letter. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He walked in and out, restless. I really don't believe it, the snobbery of officialdom.
竟比龙虎山上张真人的福还灵。从前黄道台才过班的时候，那一天不是车马迎门，还有多少人要见不得见。到了如今，竟其鬼也没有一个，便是受过他的提拔。
It's actually more powerful than Master Zhang's talisman on Longhu Mountain. In the past, when the Zodiac was just going to work, the gates were packed with cars and horses, and there were still many people who had to be seen. But now, not a single one of them has been promoted by him.
新委之应局收支委员的前典史也是绝迹不到，并且连代生门房里亦有4、5天没有他的影子了。黄道台此事却不在意，但是胡巡捕素来最要好、最关切的人，他禁不来。
Qian Jianshi, the Revenue and Expenditure Committee member of the new Committee Support Bureau, has also disappeared, and there has been no trace of him in Dai Xing's room for 4 or 5 days. The Zodiac didn't care about this. But the person that inspector who has always been his best friend and most concerned about is not coming today.
可见事情不妙。到了第4天饭后，他老人家已经死心塌地，绝了念头。一等等到天黑，忽见戴生高高兴兴拿了一封信进来，说院上传见。这封信是文巡捕胡老爷送来的。
It can be seen that something is not good. After dinner on the 4th day, the old man had given up and gave up all his thoughts. As soon as it got dark, Dai Gao suddenly saw Dai Gao come in happily with a letter and said, "We heard from the court." This letter was sent by Mr. Hu, the inspector of Wenzhou.
大约南京的事情有了好消息，所以院上传见。黄道台连忙取过拆开一看，只见上面写的是：敬禀者，窃卑职请奉府县面谕，各街制县电称，所事尚未出奏，已委国道查办。
There is good news about things in Nanjing, so the court heard it. Zhuang Datai quickly took it and opened it, and saw what was written on it. Respectfully, I was sent to Fuxian for stealing my humble position, and I received the constitution-making telegram. The matter has not yet been reported, and I have entrusted Guo Dao to investigate and deal with it.
定可转还，主请限驾急速到院，速此谨禀，恭寇大人福安。扶起垂剑，卑职耳吊谨禀。黄道台尚未看完，便说：这件事情重权太胡闹了，现在影子都没有，怎么就打那么一个电报呢？
It will definitely turn around. Please ask Xian to come to the hospital immediately. I sincerely submit this. Congratulations to my lord for your blessings. Begging for advice. I would like to express my humble opinion to you. Before Huang Daotai finished reading, he said, Zhong Quan is too ridiculous about this matter. There is no trace now, so why send such a telegram?
真正荒唐！一手拿着信，一头嚷着赶到上房告诉太太去了。大家听着自然欢喜，他便立刻换衣服，坐轿子上院。到了官厅里，胡巡捕先来请安。
Really ridiculous. Holding the letter in one hand and shouting in the other, he rushed to the room to tell his wife. Everyone listened and were naturally happy. He immediately changed his clothes and went up to the courtyard in a sedan. When he arrived at the official hall, Inspector Hu came to say hello first.
此番黄道台的架子比不得那天晚上了，便站着同他讲话，不让他坐。胡巡捕也不敢坐。黄道台道：“天下那里有这样荒唐人？想我们社亲凭空来这么一个电报。”
This time the Zodiac platform was not as impressive as that night, so he stood up and talked to him and refused to let him sit down. Inspector Hu didn't dare to sit down. Huang Daotai said, There are such ridiculous people in the world. They want us to send a telegram out of thin air at the expense of our relatives.
现在委了郭观察查办，那事就好说了。说着，胡巡捕进去回过出来请见。黄道台此番进去，却换了礼节，仍旧照着他们司道的规矩，见面只打一躬，不像那天晚上。
Now that Gua has been appointed to investigate, it will be easier to talk about it. With that said, Inspector Hu went in and came back to ask for an audience. This time Huang Daotai went in, but his etiquette changed. He still followed the rules of their department and Taoist department and only greeted each other with a greeting, unlike that night.
接二连三的请安了。护院告诉他，那天吴兄去后，兄弟就打了一个电报给江宁藩台，因为他也是兄弟的相好，托他替吴兄想个法子。刚才接到他的回电，老兄请看。一面说
Say hello repeatedly. The nurse told him, after my brother left that day, my brother sent a telegram to Jiangning Fantai. Because he is also my brother's friend, I asked him to find a way for my brother. I just received his call back. Please read it. Said one side.
一面把电报拿了出来给黄道台看，只见上面写的是江电锦溪，黄道使者已善救，尊欲代答，率怒稍继，赤国盗却查核办，本司某于电。黄道台看完，便重新谢过护院。
On the other hand, he took out the telegram and showed it to the Zodiac. What was written on it was, Jiang Dian is kindly informed. The incident of Huang Dao has been completed. Following the instructions of Daida, the handsome man was a little angry, and ordered Guo Dao to check and verify. A certain Yu Jian of our company. After reading Huang Daotai, he thanked you to the nursing home again.
说了些感激的话，辞了出来。回到公馆，也不晓得什么人给的信，所有局里的、营务上的那些委员，一个个都在公馆里等着请安。黄道台会了几个，其余一概道罚，大家回去。
After saying some words of gratitude, he resigned. When I returned to the mansion, I didn't know who had sent the letter. All the bureau and camp committee members were waiting in the mansion to pay their respects. A few people met at the Zodiac Tower, but the rest were all tired of talking, so everyone went back.
只有前典史一直落了门房，同戴生商量，托他替回，就说这2日知道大人心上不舒服，不敢惊动，所以太太生日送的戏也没有唱。现在是没有事的了。
Only Qian Dianshi stayed away from the concierge. He discussed with Dai Sheng and asked him to come back in his place. He said, I know that you have been feeling unwell these past 2 days and dare not disturb me, so I didn't sing the play on my wife's birthday. Now there is no it's over.
况且我又是受过栽培的人，比别人不同，应该领个头，邀集2下里的同事同饮前来补助。老哥，你看就是明天如何？烦你就替我先上去回一声。戴生道：兄弟别客气吧。
Besides, I am a well-educated person, so I am different from others, so I should take the lead and invite my colleagues from 2 places to come and congratulate me. Brother, how about tomorrow? If you're bothered, just go up and reply for me. Dai Xing said, Brother, you're welcome.
前2天我们这里真冷清，望你来谈谈，你也不来。这一会子又来闹这个了。前典史把脸一红道：我不是不来，怕的是碰在他老人家不高兴头上，怪不好意思的。现在这样。
It was really deserted here the past 2 days. I expected you to come and talk, but you didn't come either. It's happening again now. Qian Dianshi blushed and said, It's not that I don't want to come, I'm afraid that he will be unhappy and embarrassed. This is it now.
也是我们的一点孝心是不好少的。戴生道：我知道了，你别着忙，少不得说定日子就给你信的。原来前典史自从那一天同戴生私语之后，第2天便奉到知应局的札子。
This is also a little bit of filial piety on our part, which is indispensable. Dai Xing said, I understand. Don't be too busy. I'll send you the letter on a fixed date. It turns out that after Qian Dianshi whispered to Dai Xing that day, he sent the letter to the branch the next day.
派他做了收支委员，一切谢尾道差都是照例公事，不必细赘。凡是作书，须一桩事情，有明点，有暗点，有不点。此番前典史得差，乃是暗点兼补点法，看官不可不知。闲话休提。
He was appointed as the Revenue and Expenditure Committee member. All thank yous and errands are business as usual and there is no need to go into details. Whenever you write a book and describe something, there are bright points, dark points, and supplementary points. The difference in Qian Dian's history this time is a combination of dark points and supplementary points, which the judge must know. No more gossip.
且说是日前典史去后，戴生一想这话不错，立刻就到上房，不说前典史的主意，竟其算他自己的意思，说道：前天太太生日，家人们本来要替太太祝寿的。
After Qian Dianshi left that day, Dai Xing thought that this was a good idea and immediately went to the room. He didn't mention Qian Dianshi's idea, but his own. He said, It was my wife's birthday the day before yesterday. My family was supposed to do it for my wife. Birthday wishes.
偏偏来了这么一个电报，闹了这几天，家人连饭也几天没有吃，夜间也睡不着觉，心里想，好容易跟的一个主人，总要望主人轰轰烈烈的升官发财方好。况且老爷官升。
This telegram just happened to come, causing trouble for the past few days. My family didn't even eat for several days, and couldn't sleep at night. I thought to myself, it's hard to follow a master, but I always hope that the master will be prosperous, promoted and rich. Besides, the official voice of the master.
统江西第一，算来绝技不会出岔子的。前几天家人同伙当中，还有几个一天到晚垂头丧气，想着要求某老爷，某老爷外头件事情，公馆里的事情都不肯做。
Number 1 in unifying Jiangxi, there will definitely be no mistakes. A few days ago, among my family and friends, there were still a few who were dejected all day and night, thinking about asking Mr. So or Mr. So to recommend jobs outside, but they refused to do anything in the mansion.
这些没有良心的东西，真把家人恨得了不得。黄道台道，这些没良心的王八蛋还好用吗？是那一个，立刻赶掉他。戴生道，名字也不用说了。常言大人不计小人之过。
These heartless things really make my family hate them so much. Huang Daotai said, "These heartless bastards, are they still useful? Which one is it? Get rid of him immediately." Dai Xing said, "There's no need to mention the name. As the saying goes, adults don't remember the mistakes of villains."
这些没有良心的东西，将来总没有好日子等着瞧吧。当下太太也帮着劝解一番，黄道台方始无言，然后讲到看日子补祝寿。局里头是钱太爷领头，还要照上回说的一样办。
These heartless things will never have a good time in the future, just wait and see. At that moment, my wife also helped to persuade him, and the Zodiac was speechless at first, and then talked about how to celebrate his birthday depending on the day. Mr. Qian is the leader in the bureau, and he will do the same thing as he said last time.
黄道台应允了，就看定日子，后天为始。戴生出来就去通知了前典使，仍旧是众家人头一天暖寿，局里第二天，营务处第三天挨排下去，打条子给县里。
The Zodiac obliged. It just depends on the day, starting from the day after tomorrow. Dai Xing came out and informed Xian Dianshi. It was still the first day for everyone to celebrate their birthdays, the second day for the bureau, and the third day for the battalion office, so they lined up next to each other. Send a note to the county.
请他知会学里老师去封戏班子的箱，不上半天，仍旧上回那个长班的押着戏箱来到公馆，先见门正大爷戴大爷，请过安。那长班的说：“我的大太爷，上回唱过不结了吗？”
Ask him to inform the school teacher to seal the troops box. Within half a day, the same waiter came to the mansion with the opera box. First of all, I would like to see Mr. Dai, the master of the door, to say hello. The leader said, "My eldest uncle. Didn't you sing the song last time?"
害得咱东也找人，西也找人，为的是大人差事，赚钱事小，总要占个面子。那里知道半天里一个雷，说不唱了。我的大太爷，那真肯死小人了，足足赔了124吊。
It's so bad that we look for people in the East and West, just to do errands for adults, to make money and to save face. I know that there will be a thunder in a long time, and I will stop singing. My great-grandfather. That really kills the villain. A full compensation of £124 was made.
就是剩了条裤子没有进档，幸亏好，今儿还是咱的差事，赏咱们个面子，咱恨不得竭力报效。大太爷，你想，咱班子里一个老生，一个花脸，一个小生，一个山子，都是呱呱叫。
I just had a pair of pants left and didn't win. Fortunately, he is still our missionary today. He has given us some face, and we can't wait to do our best to repay him. Grandpa, think about it. In our team there is an old student, a colorful face, a junior student, and a shirt. All of them are croaking.
超等第一名的角色，老生叫赛菊仙，花脸叫赛秀山，小生叫赛素云，山子叫赛怡云。戴生道：怎么全是赛？只怕赛不过罢。长班的发急道：这原是江西有名的四赛，谁不知道？
The top-ranked characters are Sai Juxian for the old student, Sai Shushan for the colorful face, Sai Suyun for the junior student, and Sai Yiyun for the shirt. Dai Xing said, "Why are they all race? I'm just afraid I won't be able to compete." The leader said anxiously, "This is the famous 4 competitions in Jiangxi. Who doesn't know?"
等到开了台，大太爷听过，就知道咱不是说的瞎话。戴生道：唱得好，没有话说；唱得不好，送到县里，赏你300板子一面家。长班的道：唱得不好，也有你大太爷包涵，唱得好了。
When the show started and the elder heard it, he knew we were not telling lies. Dai Xing said, "If you sing well, you will have nothing to say. If you sing poorly, you will be sent to the county and you will be rewarded with 300 boards and a shackle." The leader said, "If you don't sing well, your great master will forgive you. If you sing well."
更不用说，只你大太爷一句话，多不敢想，把大人库里的元宝赏咱2个，补上回的数，那就是大太爷栽培小人了。戴生道：他有银子在他手里，我想赏你，他不肯，一时没有法想。
Not to mention, if your eldest grandpa just said a word, I wouldn't dare to think that if you reward 2 of us with the ingots in your treasury to make up for the last time, then your eldest grandpa is cultivating a villain. Dai Xing said, "He has money in his hands. I want to reward you, but he refuses and has no idea."
长班的道：大太爷你别瞒我，谁不知道知应局的代太爷，大人跟前说1是1，说2是2，只要你老吩咐就是了，不要说1个元宝，就是上千上万的也紧着你拿。戴生道：
The person in charge said, "Master, don't hide it from me. Who doesn't know that Mr. Dai from the Support Bureau says 1 is 1 and 2 is 2? As long as you tell me, don't say 1 ingot, it's thousands. You can take all the tens of thousands," Dai Xing said.
那倒好了，我有这些银子，也不在这里当门口了。正说着话，可巧上头来叫戴生，就此把话打断。有话变长，无话变短，转瞬间便到了暖寿的那一天。班子里规矩。
That's good. I have all this money, so I won't be a doorman here anymore. While we were talking, Dai Xing happened to be called from above, and he interrupted his words. "If you have words, you will be long. If you have nothing to say, you will be short." In a blink of an eye, the day of Nuan's show came. The rules in the team.
2点钟就要开锣，黄道台因为此事上院请了3天假，在公馆里吃过午饭，就同着太太出来，坐在大厅上听戏。还有一太太、小姐，一个个都打扮着像花蝴蝶似的，一同陪着瞧戏。
The gong was about to start at 2 o'clock. Because of this incident, the Lord took 3 days off. After lunch in the mansion, he and his wife went out to sit in the hall and listen to the play. There were also aunts and ladies, all dressed up like butterflies, accompanying them to watch the show.
黄道台还有一个少爷，今年只得13岁，是姨太太养的。因为太太没有儿子，却拿他爱如珍宝， 把这位少爷脾气惯得比谁还要厉害。他说要天上日头，就得有人拿梯子才好。
There is also a young master in the zodiac who is only 13 years old this year and was raised by his concubine. Because the wife has no son, she loves him like a treasure and spoils the young master's temper more than anyone else. He said that if you want the sun in the sky, someone must hold a ladder.
不然，他那牛性一发，10个老爷也强他不过。这天唱戏，他一早就钻在戏房里，带着胡子，紧着在那里使枪耍棒。班子里人为的是少爷，也不敢多讲。
Otherwise, once his arrogance comes out, even 10 masters can't beat him. On this day of opera singing, he had been in the theater early in the morning, wearing a beard, and playing with guns and sticks there. The people in the team are just young masters, so they don't dare to say more.
后来倒是一个唱小丑的看不过，说了一句：“我的少爷，我们在这里唱戏，你老倒在这里做清客串了。”少爷听了不懂，跟少爷的二爷听了这话，就朝着那个唱小丑的眉毛一竖。
Later, a clown singer couldn't stand it and said, "My young master, we are singing here, but you are here to make a guest appearance." The young master didn't understand. After hearing this, the second master raised his eyebrows at the clown.
说他糟蹋少爷，一定要上去回。唱小丑的不服，2个人就对打起来。长班的看不过，过来把那个唱小丑的吆喝下来，又过来替二爷赔不是，劝他同少爷听上去瞧戏。
He said that he had ruined the young master and must go back. The clown was dissatisfied, and the two started fighting. The waiter couldn't see it, so he came over and shouted down the clown. He also came over to apologize for the second master, and persuaded him to go to the hall with the young master to watch the show.
戏房里人多口杂，得罪了少爷可不是玩的。那二爷方才同了少爷出来，少爷始终偷了人家一挂胡子，藏在袖子里。长班的查着了，也不敢问。少听天黑，台上停锣预备上寿。
There were a lot of people in the theater, and it was no fun to offend the young master. The second master had just come out with the young master. The young master has always stolen someone's beard and hidden it in his sleeve. The person in charge checked but didn't dare to ask. When it gets dark, the gongs are played on the stage in preparation for longevity.
老爷、太太一齐进去，扎扮出来。老爷穿的是朝珠卜卦，太太穿的是红裙披风，双双站立厅前，同受众人行礼。起先是自己家里的人，接着方是代生领着和服家人。
The master and his wife went in together and dressed up. The master wore a patchwork gown with pearls, and the wife wore a red skirt and cloak. They both stood in front of the hall and saluted with the audience. First it was people from his own family, and then Dai Sheng led his family members.
那代生头戴红缨大帽，身穿元青外套，其余的也有着马褂的，也有只穿一件长袍的，一起朝上磕头。老爷站在上面，也还了一个揖，太太也扶了一扶，众家人叩头起来。
Dai Sheng wore a red tassel hat and a yuanqing coat. The rest also wore mandarin jackets, and some wore only a long robe, all kowtowing upward. The master stood on top and bowed in return. My wife is also blessed. All the family members kowtowed.
便是众位师爷行礼，太太回避，但是黄道台出来让了一回，大家散去。接着河省官员从知府以下的都来上手本，黄道台吩咐一概挡驾，独有前典使 也不管厅上有人没人。
All the masters saluted. My wife avoided it, but the zodiac platform came out for a while. Everyone dispersed. Then all the provincial officials, from the prefect level down, came to get copies. The zodiac ordered everyone to block the way. Qian Jianshi alone does not care whether there are people in the hall or not.
身穿彩画蟒袍，头戴五品奖札，走到居中，跪下磕了3个头，起来请过安，又要找太太当面叩见，扣住。太太见他进来的时候，早已走开了。黄道台又同他客气一回。
Wearing a colorfully painted python robe and a 5-grade award letter on his head, he walked to the center, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, got up to say hello, and then went to see his wife in person to kowtow and congratulate her. When the wife saw him coming in, she had already walked away. The zodiac was polite to him again.
让他在这里看戏。他说，卑职不比别人，应得在这里伺候的。诸事停当，方才做戏开锣，重跳加官，挨排点戏，直闹到12点半钟方始停当。却说这一天送礼的人倒也不少。
Let him watch the show here. He said, the humble position is no better than others, and I deserve to be served here. After everything was done, the gongs were started, dances were added, and some dramas were rehearsed. It was not until 12 o'clock that everything was ready. But there are quite a few people giving gifts on this day.
无非这酒、竹、高陶、丈瓶之类居多，全是戴生一个人专管此事。某人送的某物，开发利钱多少，一一登账记清。戴生还问人家要门包，也有2吊的，也有1吊的，真正是戏大不捐。
It's just that there are mostly wine, candles, cakes and peaches, screens, and the like, and Dai Sheng is responsible for them all. When someone gives something as a gift, the amount of money should be recorded in the account one by one. Dai Sheng also asked people if they wanted door bags. There were also 2 bags and 1 bag. It was really small and big and I didn't donate them.
积少成多，核算起来也着实不少。还有些候补老爷们知道黄道台同护院要好，说的动话，便借此为由，也有送100两的，也有送50两的，也有送1料金器的。
A little adds up to a lot, and it adds up to a lot. There are also some candidates who know that the Huangdou Tai Tangyuan is good and can talk nicely, so they use this as an excuse to send 100 taels, some 50 taels, and some clothes, materials, and gold items.
那门包更不用说了，凡送现银子及衣料、金器的，因为太太吩咐过，一概立时交进，其余晚上停锣之后交账，太太要亲自点过，方才安寝。转瞬之间，已过3天，黄道台上院销假。
Not to mention the door bags. Anyone who brings cash, clothing materials, or gold utensils will be handed over immediately because the wife has given instructions. For the rest, the account will be handed in after the gong is stopped in the evening, and the wife will have to count it in person before going to bed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and the zodiac stage has been cancelled.
又过了几天，凡来拜寿的同银地方，一处处都要去谢布。暗中又托人到郭道台那里打点，送了1万银子。郭道台就替他洗刷清楚，说了些事出有因、查无实据的话头。
A few days later, all the colleagues who came to pay homage to his birthday had to go and say goodbye. Secretly, he asked someone to go to Guadao Tai to take care of things and gave him 10,000 silver. Guadao Tai cleared the air for him and said something like, "There are reasons for the incident, but there is no solid evidence.
禀赋了制台，那制台也因得了护院的信，替他求情，面子难却，遂把这事放下不提。且说黄道台仍旧当他的差事，因为护院相信他，什么牙犁局的老总、保甲局的老总
reported to the system. Because he got the letter from the nurse, he interceded on his behalf, and it was difficult to save his face, so he put the matter aside.